What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, September 5th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Dallas Cowboys drop a heartbreaker in Philly to open up the 2025 NFL season. Signs of life for the Cowboys, or more signs of the same. We will recap last night's season opener, plus plenty of preview for Texas and San Jose State. Do the Horns bounce back and take care of business tomorrow morning at DKR? We will dive in. We've got plenty of sound from Steve Sarkisian's Thursday press conference as well to help us preview the game. And we will go around the football world. It's our first full football weekend of the fall. We will preview week 2 in college and week 1 of the NFL season. We've got a couple of fun stories to get to as well, including a new logo for the city of Austin that we spent how much money on? And, Florida Man is back in the news. It's a Florida Man Friday. So we are locked, we are loaded, and we are ready to roll. Appreciate y'all starting your Fridays with us. A happy Friday to everyone out there, and a happy Friday to you, my man. How are you this morning?
Thank you. Same to you, man. It's going to be a beautiful Friday and Saturday, 86 degrees tomorrow. So that's a little bit of a relief because we're going to get some rain on Sunday. But that's fine. No rain on Saturday, maybe Saturday evening, but to have it really in the 80s is special in September. It really is. And I can't wait. I mean, when you and I do the show tomorrow morning, it'll be 70-some degrees. It'll be nice and cool in the morning. And I think for that 11 o'clock kickoff, it should be perfect. It should be perfect football weather. Guys should have back-to-back weeks of some really nice weather to play in. Yeah. Very lucky. They're lucky.
Sure. Well, compared to what it's been around here, right? Man. If it is 85, 86, 87 tomorrow, then that'll be a nice.
It felt blistering. I was out in it yesterday afternoon doing some work, and I was like, wow, is this sun hot? Even with my long sleeves on, BK, it was burning up.
The sun is usually hot, Buck.
Yeah, and it's really, really hot at 3:15.
Yeah, that's probably the worst time of day to be doing anything outside, and yet it feels like every single day at 3:15 you were doing something outside.
It's just the time that I pick. I got other stuff to do in the morning. When we get off, there's things to do, moving around and making phone calls and stuff. So by the time I get after it, I come back up, watch a little TV, and it's like 3, and then I'm thinking, do I want to be sweaty when I make my dinner? Do I want to be all sweaty? Do I take a shower before then? My routine gets all kind of screwed up. So then I'm pushed out there just at school letting out time, and it is just miserable out. Mm-hmm. I actually felt so bad yesterday. I left a bucket of water for the deer on the other side of the fence.
For the deer?
Yes.
I like that.
I just said, you know what? Give these deer, you got some water. Put this up by the tree down there by your putting green. They've been over there. They've chomped up a couple of the flowers that I thought that were deer resistant, which that's my fault. When they get thirsty and hungry, they'll take a bite of anything to see if they can survive it. So I said, here, cut them a break. If they're gonna have a thorn sandwich, why don't they go ahead and have some water with it?
Did you see the deers drink any of it?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Screw that. I was asleep. I was in the bed at halftime. I just watched the second half of the game this morning.
Yeah, well, it was a long game, right? I mean, those, night.
It just seemed late. Games. It just seemed like, and it seemed like it was late by halftime. Even it was a weird time.
Well, they always start a little after 7 o'clock. I think 7:20 Central Time.
Yeah.
Which that's fine for us. I feel for the East Coasters, like you're basically starting a game at 8:30. That means you're pretty much guaranteed to be up past midnight.
Oh yeah.
The games are always a little late when they're at night, and then you throw in a 64-minute lightning delay midway through the third quarter. That made it a much later night for everybody tuning in, and more time to wait for heartbreak if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Well, they had their opportunities, as I saw in the second half. Well, they had their opportunities in the first half. They just didn't make anything of it. CD couldn't catch last night, and Dak looks like his mobility is back. He can move around. But the mobility of Jalen Hurts is back. There's no bummed up knee. There's no brace on his knee where it's holding him up. If you don't stay in your lanes, he's going, and he was going last night.
Yeah, plenty to dive into from the game. The Cowboys dropped to 0-1. The Eagles get a win on banner night.
It was fun. It was a nice opener. I thought it was a nice opener for both teams, actually. I mean, I think I thought it was a good sign for the Cowboys too. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate what you do. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Is today the Lake Travis road trip day?
Yes, Rockwall.
Oh, man.
Yeah, leaving at 11:30, 11:45, which means I'll get back around 3 o'clock in the morning.
So headed up from Dripping Springs to Rockwall, Texas, which is north of the Metroplex.
About 45 minutes to an hour north of that place.
Okay, and then you're calling the game, what, 7 o'clock kickoff tonight for LT?
7 o'clock, yeah.
And then that game ends maybe 10:30?
10:30.
And then a nice 3.5 hour or so drive back. And then, oh, nice, an 8:30 a.m. pregame show at Schultz Garden tomorrow for the 11 a.m. kick for Texas.
They're sleeping on the way back. I got the Iron Men that like to drive straight on through, and they talk to each other the whole way. Joey Bennett and Mark Honig will talk to each other for 4 hours, and that's fine. I don't, because I'll be out cold.
You need earplugs, or you just through it?
No, their conversation is so boring. I'll be asleep. It'll be fine.
It's hard to have a conversation with just one person for that long on a long road trip like that.
Yeah, I can't do that. Once it gets dark, old man is out. Old man doesn't even, unless I drive to a place that I know if I'm getting up early in the morning and going, I'm fine because the sun will come up and I'm ready to go. Like I said, but when it gets, past 7, 8 o'clock at night, and you want me to drive till 10 o'clock, there's a good chance I'm going to be in a ditch somewhere.
It's a good thing you're not driving then.
No.
Either way. So that's tonight. Safe travels there. And a reminder, Schultz Garden tomorrow morning for our first Texas home pregame show of the 2025 season. We're excited to be inside Sangarunde Hall for another year of Longhorn football. If you're headed to DKR, come by and see us first. We'll be doing our pregame show. Y'all know what Schultz Garden's all about. Get you some beer, get you some grub, and come tailgate with us before the Horns take on San Jose State.
Yeah, I have no clue what the traffic situation will be down. I know it will be a mess.
It's usually not as bad for these 11 a.m. games.
Yeah.
Because people, for a 2:30 or a 6 o'clock game, people all right, we'll get there really early and just hang out and tailgate all day. For the 11 a.m. game, some people are like, yeah, I want to get there at about 10:59, please. So it shouldn't be as bad, but it is the homo, and people are excited.
The construction started on I-35 around there. I don't know. I haven't been on I-35 near the university in so long.
Yeah, it's out there, and I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like near Schultz Garden or just near the stadium itself, but it is impacting traffic on I-35. So we'll see. I mean, Chris Del Conte basically warned everybody a few months ago that you need to prepare yourself and maybe give yourself a little bit of extra time to get to and from these Longhorn football games this year. But yeah, it's not going to make anybody feel better when they're actually sitting through it in traffic. All right. Well, this game last night, Buck, plenty of ways we can attack it, but I guess we should probably start with the start of the game. Is that the weirdest start to an NFL game you've ever seen, where the Eagles' best defensive player gets ejected before the first snap for spitting on Dak Prescott? You ever seen anything like that before?
Good job, Georgia Bulldog.
Yeah, not the first bad thing Jalen Carter has ever done, and definitely not the worst thing that Jalen Carter.
That was gross. That is so bad. I mean, I hope that he gets at least a 3-game suspension for that deal. I don't care what he thought Dak Prescott did. That guy, that's filthy. That's disgusting. I mean, if a guy is spitting 5 yards away from you or trying to spit on you, that dude spit and got him right between the little V there in his uniform there, right on his skin there. That's nasty.
Talk about a magic loogie. Huh?
Yeah, and it wasn't like a little loogie. You could see that bad boy coming out like a missile. It's like a long-range missile.
Doesn't look like there was a second spitter here,
No,
Seinfeld
oh,
fans.
no.
Yeah, it was
1
so
and 1
bizarre,
only.
right? The opening kickoff of the game, an Eagles player gets hurt, right? And it looks bad. So there's a bit of a delay while the training staff is on the field tending to him. And then Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott are chirping a bit. All of a sudden, a flag is thrown, and the ref announces that Jalen Carter has been disqualified before the first snap of the game. And everyone's looking around like, what did he do? Everyone watching on TV is like, what is going on? And, well, yeah, this is what happened. Clear as day, a pretty giant spit, too. And just a huge gift to the
Hawk
Dallas
Tui.
Cowboys.
He gave him a Hawk Tui.
A little Hawk Tua right there,
Man,
right?
oh, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. So just insane. I mean, Jalen Carter is one of the best defensive players in football, and he's the best defensive player on Philadelphia. And that made life a little bit easier for the Dallas Cowboys offense. But you do wonder what type of punishment, additional punishment, if any, will be levied on Jalen Carter. By the way, Buck, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to double check this real quick. I think the Eagles' next game, yes, in Kansas City, a Super Bowl rematch against the Chiefs.
Wow.
So even if it's like a one-game suspension for Jalen Carter, that's obviously a huge game for him to miss.
Yeah, I mean, obviously his excuse is going to be he thought Dak was spitting at him. Okay, yeah, well, one stupid thing, if that were the case, you're going to do it right back. How dumb are you? The
So
second guy's always going to get caught anyway, you dumb jerk.
it's pretty
But
funny. Like, we didn't know the whole situation. And then when you have a 64-minute weather delay, it gives the broadcasting team and the production crew with NBC a little bit of time to, hey, dive in. Let's check these cameras. Let's check these angles. What exactly happened here? And then right after the weather delay, they're like, hey, let's take you back to the Jalen Carter spit incident. And then you see from a faraway camera, you know, when Dak and Jalen Carter are chirping, they're not this close to each other at this time. They're a few yards away, and Dak is standing behind a couple of offensive linemen in the huddle, and he does spit in the general direction of Jalen Carter. But like you said, I mean, the spit probably landed a good 3 or 4 yards away on the turf in front of Jalen Carter. And then, you know, Carter took offense to that. They get in each other's faces, and then you see the giant. I mean, it's a pretty impressive loogie right there, just off the cuff for Jalen Carter, is it not?
yeah, guys spit on they spit in all sports, all except for basketball. And I remember when I was a kid, I went to see Earl of Pearl Monroe, and that dude used to spit on the court. I mean, it was gross. I'm like, dude, really?
Yeah.
And that's just, but when somebody's doing something intentional, that just, he lost, Dak was kind enough to say, he kind of understood because he kind of spit, and he said the guy just misunderstood what he was doing. And I said, that's good for him to say that. He didn't really have to say that because that's still gross. I don't care. If he's 4 yards away, that's different from getting right in the guy's face and spitting on him. I mean, that's just nasty.
It's nasty. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a jailable offense. Not the first jailable offense for Jalen Carter, but to me, man, if you spit on another man like that, that's a
Yeah,
punishment.
for me, that's a 3-gamer right there. I know it doesn't seem like much. It's football. Those guys would shit on each other if they had a chance to, if they thought they would get an edge. But no, you can't spit on another guy like that. That's at least 3 games. But I
Well,
think he may get off because Dak said it was a misunderstanding. Dak's going to tell whoever it is when they talk about it that it was a misunderstanding because I spit kind of in the direction of him, but I didn't spit on him. And he may have misunderstood that. But that still doesn't give you the right to then go spit on a guy.
yeah, I wonder if the second spitter makes the punishment on Jalen Carter a little less severe, right? Like maybe I wouldn't be surprised if Dak Prescott gets a fine from this. I'd be stunned if Dak gets suspended, but I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL is like, you know what, we got to give you a little some punishment here because your incident may have started this, and it's an incident that got talked about in the NFL. It's funny, the NFL talked about like we are trying to crack down on taunting and unsportsmanlike conducts. Like that is the biggest point of emphasis that the NFL teams and players were informed of over the course of the offseason is we don't want that in our game. You saw a couple of other taunting penalties last night that were called. And then literally the very first play, you get that happening.
Well,
That's the
yeah,
last thing the
the
NFL
one where the
wants.
dude bowed up like this. I was like, "Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
gonna call
that's
that now?"
I know. You know who I was rooting for, and I thought that was ridiculous. Like, you make a play like that, you should be able to flex over somebody like that. And but that's the point of emphasis from the NFL.
Yeah, I got it. I
And
mean, I don't need it, but the guy wasn't even turned around. He wasn't even over. The guy had his back to it,
I know,
and he
I
kind of
know.
just flexed his direction. I'm thinking, you're gonna call this with these guys? It's gonna be a lot of penalties called here.
There were. Well, let's go back to Spitgate because we've got some sound from both Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott, both members involved in the incident. Here's Jalen Carter after the game at his locker room. He didn't break a sweat. I don't think that guy needed to shower
No.
because, well, again, ejected before play number one. Here's Jalen talking about his incident and giving an apology.
No, it was a mistake that happened on my side, and just won't happen again. I feel bad for just my teammates and the fans out there. I'm doing it for them. I'm doing it for my family also, but the fans, they show the most love. You heard them out there today. Just not being able to start the game, even finish the game is just me up. But we'll get it better. It won't happen again.
Well, like you said, he said it's not going to happen again. You just take him at his word. He just got he got overextended emotionally. But you know what? Still give that dude 3 games for being a dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly selfish decision by Jalen
Yeah.
Carter. And look, the good news for him is the Eagles won. Like, if the Eagles lose that game, Jalen Carter's decision is probably the biggest reason why. It's just how big of a loss that he is. But his team did find a way to win at the end. But yeah, I think you're right. Additional punishment is coming. Here's Dak Prescott's side of the story. This one's a little better quality and a little bit longer of an answer. But here's Dak talking about his role in the situation and just Spitgate in general.
Trolling, I guess you could say, trying to mess with Tyler Booker. I was just looking at him. I was right here by the 2 linemen, and yes, I needed to spit, and I wasn't going to spit on my lineman. I just spit ahead, but I'd say he was back there where Jory was in that sense, and he asked, or he goes, "You trying to spit on me?" At that point, I felt like he was insulting me. Like, I wouldn't spit on somebody. I'm damn sure not trying to spit on you. Like, we're about to play a game. I'm wondering why you're trying to mess with the rookie. And so when I stepped through, I actually said the words like, "What the hell but I'm probably even more colorful. What would I need to spit on you for?" And he just spit on me in that moment, and it was more of a surprise than anything. Refs obviously saw it through the flag. I was like, hell yeah, we get 15 yards to start the game off. Didn't realize he was getting ejected. Unfortunate that he did. Hell of a player. Changed our plan and our blocking scheme. As I told you all right before the week, that we're going to protect against him. So helped in that manner, but I don't wish for anybody to get out of the game. I'm sure he probably regrets that to some extent. I'm pretty sure he knows I didn't try to spit on him or wasn't even aiming to spit on him. So something that's probably going to get a lot of coverage and a lot of attention that I feel sorry for in the sense of, I know how excited each and every one of us are, right, to kick off the season and the season opener, and hell of a player like that doesn't even get a chance in the first play. Unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, he felt bad that Jalen Carter got kicked out for it, but he didn't feel that bad.
No.
Change up the game plan. Screw that dope.
I mean,
now you ought to send him an envelope filled with spit before the game next time they play in Dallas. What the hell? If the guy's going to lose his cool over that. Glad he wasn't behind the wheel driving again.
Yeah. Again, far from the worst thing Jalen Carter has ever done. But it's
disgusting. It's just a disgusting deal to do to somebody. I mean,
a horrible thing.
Jalen Carter knows that Dak Prescott's not going to spit on him. I mean, really?
It was awful, horrible decision by Jalen Carter, and Dak said it changed the Cowboys' game plan. And look, the Cowboys' offense was rolling in the first half. Both offenses were rolling in the first half. Both teams scored on every single possession they had in the first 2 quarters. And then all of a sudden we get to halftime, and when we get to the long weather delay in the middle of the third quarter, and neither offense could move the ball from that moment on. But that definitely helped the Cowboys with their run game, and it obviously helped Dak Prescott get into a little bit of a rhythm too. So unfortunate that the Cowboys couldn't get a win. But all right, beyond that, beyond Spitgate, that's the headline grabber. But your thoughts on the game itself. And were you encouraged by the Cowboys' performance, or is it, it's a loss, so it doesn't really matter?
Well, I would think that their receiver is going to be a lot better because he's one of the top 2 receivers in the game. He's going to obviously get better. He doesn't drop a lot. He got out of the old drops for the last 2 years. So that, I don't know, he maybe a little nerves, wanted to make some big plays in that game. But he was getting open, though. He did catch some, by the way, where he just used and abused the cornerback. So he's good. Pickens is good. I think everything is going to work out for the Cowboys. I think they run the ball well enough, but without Carter, who really knows? They're going to meet some defenses that are going to be pretty daggum good up front that can stop that run game. That run game was just okay. It was okay last night. It was a lot better than you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was pretty encouraging to see Javonte Williams make some things happen. About a couple of first-half touchdowns for him. That was only the second multi-touchdown game of his career. He showed a little bit more juice than I expected. Miles Sanders had that long 49-yard run, which is kind of embarrassing that he got caught by a linebacker.
Yeah.
And then a couple of plays later, Miles Sanders, the former Eagle, the guy who started his career in Philly and played his first 4 years there, he fumbles the ball in the red zone with the Cowboys trying to go up in the game. That was the final play before the weather delay. And it's like, you point shaving dude, are you still an Eagles fan or something?
Yeah, that all gets canceled out. That nice run gets canceled out by him giving the ball up in the scoring zone.
Dude, the embarrassing part, and look, Zach Bond's a hell of a player. He's an all-pro linebacker for Philadelphia.
Boy, has he gotten to be some kind of player.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great athlete, so he deserves some credit for being able to track Miles Sanders down, but that's the state of the Cowboys running back room, Buck. Like most teams, running backs are not getting tracked down by that guy in the open field.
No.
And Zach Bond, I mean, he could have tackled Miles Sanders 10 yards earlier. He was just going for the fumble for a while, and then he's like, okay, I'm not going to be able to strip this. Let me just get this guy down. But that was that should have been a touchdown. I think if Jaden Blue gets that carry.
Oh, no, he's gone.
That's a touchdown. And Jaden Blue was a healthy scratch last night for the Cowboys, which is a little bit disappointing. I would have loved to have seen what he could have done in his NFL debut. But, yeah, then a couple plays later, Miles Sanders just coughs up the rock. And that was, I believe, the only turnover of the game for either team. So,
yeah, I think they protected
awesome.
Dak really well last night. I thought his mobility looked really good. He wasn't limping around. I mean, he was going, and he didn't mind getting out of the pocket and making things happen. He looked good in the pocket last night. I think it's good. If he can stay healthy, they can win some games. They just got to find what's going to be their combination in the run game. Who are they really going to lean on? Well, it ain't going to be Miles Sanders, I don't believe. I don't have that belief in him. Jaden Blue needs to get healthy so he can play some football for them.
He's healthy. He was a healthy scratch last night. He was good to go. Remember, he was not on the Cowboys injury report all week long. So he was out there practicing. The Cowboys just felt better about Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders as their running backs.
Yeah, because with Turpin being that guy coming out of the slot and those reverses, you only get, you get one of those. He can't be your running back. They were trying to use him as a running back at times. I'm not down with that. He's way too small. If he carries the ball 3 or 4 times, that's probably too many. I give him 1 or 2 reverses in a game and call it a night. But he was lined up in the backfield a couple times. I'm like, don't give it that guy in the backfield, please. Go ahead and find Jaden Blue and put him in there and let him go. Somebody that's a real runner. But I like him on reverses. He does a good job on the reverses.
Yeah, Turpin had 2 carries last night. The Cowboys really wanted to give Kevontae Turpin a bigger role on offense. I mean, he's one of the best.
CeeDee Lamb's going to get most of those kind of reverses too. They did that over the last 2 years. They've been giving him the ball, and that's been fine.
Speed kills, and the Cowboys have plenty of it. So, yeah, they want Turpin to be pretty involved in their offense, and I think he had 2 carries and 2 catches in the game last night. But you're right. I mean, I thought Dak Prescott looked really good. First game back from injury. Didn't play in either Eagles game last year when the Cowboys got boat raced.
No, he didn't look like a rusty quarterback not playing in any preseason games. He looked pretty good.
He didn't get enough help from his teammates. Like, CeeDee Lamb had 3 drops, and then the 4th down play, the diving attempt by CeeDee Lamb. I don't know if that qualifies as a drop. That would have been a hell of a play, but that was a pretty nicely thrown ball by Dak Prescott there to CeeDee Lamb, and he couldn't haul it in. Jake Ferguson dropped a touchdown pass earlier in the game. Dak wasn't perfect. Not every throw he made was on the money, but he deserved better. Like, he played well enough for the Cowboys to go on the road against the defending champs and get a win. He just didn't get enough help from his teammates.
No.
That's insane. CeeDee Lamb had the worst 7-catch, 110-yard receiving day I've ever seen. Because you're right, he got open. He made some things happen. The stat line looks really good. But, it's funny. CeeDee Lamb, before the season started, he told the press that his goal for the year was to have 0 drops for the year. He has 3, potentially 4 in game 1. And, I mean, he's going to be your league leader in drops after the first week. Like, it's stunning to see that. And the drops were incredibly untimely. Like, obviously, the one at the end of the game, a beautifully thrown deep ball over the middle, hit CeeDee Lamb in stride. Like, that's going to get the Cowboys into the red zone. Maybe CeeDee Lamb breaks a tackle and gets into the end zone, and the Cowboys
the way he catches and runs with the ball, he's liable to get in the end zone there.
Yeah, exactly. That one was costly. And then earlier in the fourth quarter, huge one on a 3rd down over the middle. Another perfectly thrown ball by Dak Prescott. It goes right through CeeDee's hands, hits him in the helmet. And it's like, dude, now that Micah Parsons is gone, you are the best player on this team. If we are going to win this game against this great team, you got to play well. And CeeDee Lamb let the Cowboys down last night. He knows it. He was on the sideline after the drops, like patting his chest. It's like, that doesn't really help much, CD, but he was bad. You can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be impressed in a loss, but I was kind of impressed with the Cowboys, the way they went about their business, because they took that ball, got right down the field, and I'm equally impressed that I was surprised that that the Eagles didn't get enough one-on-one throws down the field against the Cowboys. That had to feel good for the Cowboys. I thought they were going to really try to loft a bunch of balls. I mean, Dotson got loose for a bomb down the gut, but the other guy, they kept those guys kind of in check. They just kept them in front, and that was good. That was good to see. They kept Barkley out from 100. That was a pretty good game plan. That was a pretty good defensive game plan.
Well, the first half was a joke. I mean, the Eagles scored touchdowns on all 3 of their first half drives. And then Matt Eberflus finally adjusts. Like, the entire first half, they were rushing 4 and dropping 7 and not putting anybody in spy on Jalen Hurts.
Oh, no, Jalen Hurts he just said, okay, there's nobody out here for me. I'm going to run. He's going, where's Michael Parsons at?
Where's Michael? Well, he's like, really? You're not going to put a spy on me? Like, I'm wondering, like, does Matt Eberflus know who Jalen Hurts is? Like, we're not talking about a rookie who, like, came in from overseas and no one has any film on this guy. Like,
no, that dude was healthy, and he was healthy as a runner last night. It was like,
right.
Wow.
It's like, that's what he does. That's what makes him so good. He's a really good runner. And yet every single play in the first half, the Cowboys rushed 4. It's like they thought they had Micah Parsons still. It's like, oh yeah, no, we can rush 4, but because we've got maybe the best edge rusher in the league, we're going to get pressure. It's like, no, you don't have that guy anymore. The Eagles' offensive line might be the best in the league, and this isn't working, so why are you not changing it? Finally,
there was nobody to run him down from behind, like Parsons would do. There was nobody there. It was just all space for him.
Yeah, there's no edge contained, too. Like, the Cowboys' edge rushers were getting frustrated, so they were going way up the field, or they were trying to cut in, and they just gave Jalen Hurts these huge running lanes, and he took advantage. And finally, in the second half,
the arm tackles weren't going to bring him down.
No. Well, finally, in the second half, they start blitzing. Like, the very first, I got to double check this. Maybe it's just my fan memory kicking in here. But what felt like the very first blitz that the Cowboys brought all game long, they sacked Jalen Hurts. Like, early in the third quarter, they finally brought someone on a slot blitz, and they get to Jalen Hurts. And it's like, what? It surprised Jalen Hurts. And then they kept doing it more and more and more. And then that's when the Eagles offense stalled. They only scored 3 points in the second half. So it's like they finally adjusted. They did basically the same thing for the entire first half, and Hurts picked it apart. And then finally they started bringing some pressure a little bit and giving them some different looks, and got the Cowboys defense rolling, which was good to see. I just don't know why it took so long to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Hurts, when he's healthy, it's like a running back with the, I mean, the arm tackles won't do it. You really have to tackle him. And he saw that he could run for yardage, and he just, last couple of years, BK, he's been limped with that knee, and he's tried to play on a bad knee, but that guy is totally healthy. That's not good for the league. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I mean, it's like I wasn't
It
really
is the
impressed by
Cowboys.
Jalen Hurts' arm. Were you?
I wasn't over impressed. I know. I said I didn't think they got enough one-on-one throws against
Yeah.
a group and a secondary that they should have been throwing the ball against, having a field day. They got some throws in, but they didn't get the deeper ones that I thought they got the one long one. Other than that, I just didn't see them. I thought they were going to pick on the cornerbacks from the Cowboys, and they didn't. They couldn't.
Give the Cowboys secondary some credit. Yeah, I mean, A.J. Brown had 1 catch for 8 yards. Devontae Smith had 3 catches for 16 yards. Those are 2 of the best receivers in the NFL. And, you know, the combination of Trevon Diggs, who looks healthy, Deron Bland, who looks healthy, and also Kair Elam. Now, he gave up the long, 50-yard shot to Jahan Dotson over the middle. It was a great ball from Jalen Hurts. Elam was there in coverage. He just didn't make a play on the football, and Dotson did. But, the Cowboys secondary, they were bad last season. They had some question marks going in, and they did their job. They did well enough for Dallas to win that game last night.
Yeah, the Cowboys are good enough to beat the Giants. Yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, the Cowboys, they cost you 50,000 units, so I understand why you're a little bit bitter about them.
A little bit bitter about goofball Bulldog before the game.
Yeah.
Trying to use Dak Prescott as a spittoon. I mean, what a dope. What a dope. I mean, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty unbelievable to watch.
I mean, the game has just started. I mean, the game is just – we haven't even gotten into a couple plays, and this guy's getting thrown out of the games. What an idiot.
It was before the first play.
God.
Before the first snap. You had the kickoff return, and again, an injury timeout.
I saw the guy go down.
Yeah, injury timeout. That's why it happened, right? Like normally, okay, right after the kickoff, offense and defense trot out onto the field, and then boom, we're ready to go. We're starting the play clock. Here's the first play. But because there was that delay due to the injury, that gave, the Cowboys and Eagles some time to chirp each other a little bit. And you heard Dak Prescott say, like, Jalen Carter was chirping the Cowboys rookie, first-round pick, Tyler Booker.
And he looked pretty good last night.
Yeah, maybe trying to get in his head a little bit. Like, I'm coming, Rook. Like, get ready for this. And Dak Prescott's like, yeah, I'm the team leader. I'm a captain. I'm not going to let my rookie take this. I'm going to go say something. And then you get
and then you're going to do something stupid.
And the magic loogie happens. Oh, man. So, yeah, Tyler Booker looked pretty good last night. I'm with you, but obviously helped that he didn't have to go up against maybe the best interior D lineman in the game. What a weird way to start the year. So some positives for the Cowboys, but ultimately they come up short. They had their chances. This one's going to sting for a little bit. One bit of sound from Shoddy before we move on and talk Texas San Jose State. Here is Brian Schottenheimer after his first game as an NFL head coach, talking about the Cowboys coming up just a little bit short.
It was really Calvin, a tale of two halves. I talked to the guys about that in the locker room. We came out on fire on offense in the first half, and defensively we struggled a little bit. And then I thought we made some great defensive adjustments in the second half, and we flipped it. We gave ourselves a chance to win, and offensively we didn't really do enough. We put ourselves in more third down and longs. And just weren't able to capitalize. But that's how a division game should feel, man. We had good moments. They had good moments. They do what they do. They bleed the clock on you, and they limit your opportunities. I think they had the ball for almost 35 minutes, and we got to make plays when they're there. We got to get guys on the ground and things like that. Throw and catch a little bit better, and we had our chances.
Yeah, you got to get the quarterback on the ground. You got to rush guys and wait for it to be in lanes where the quarterback tries to escape to.
Yeah, those were the 2 biggest issues for the Cowboys, right? They struggled tackling and too many drops from some highly paid receivers and tight ends. So, close only counts in horseshoes, but some positives for Dallas. They return home to play the Giants in week 2 next Sunday. So
yeah, they're going to win. They're going to win, BK. They're going to get 8 wins if Dak stays healthy. 8 or 9 wins. I think they're good enough to do that.
Well, that's about where I was before last night. I don't want to overreact to one game, but I definitely
take it up a notch. Take it up one game.
I definitely feel better. I think you have to feel better about the Cowboys after what you saw last night, right? Like most people thought they were going to get railroaded, and they were right there for the entire game. Again, they didn't win, so if you want to push back and say, well, they lost, they all count the same. You're right. A 4-point loss counts the same as a 50-point loss, but the eye test I thought was pretty impressive from Dallas.
So I didn't lose 50,000 units then. I won.
No, you did lose 50,000 units.
Damn it.
Yeah, you should have listened to me. I said this would be a close game. Eagles would win. Cowboys would cover. I'm on a heater to start the year. You're
You are on
cold.
a heater.
I got to enjoy it. I know it's going away here soon, but we're all right. So there you go. Entertaining opener last night. The lightning delay kind of killed some of the vibes, and obviously it made the game last longer than we would have liked. But fun one to start the year. And yeah, football is back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we dive into the Longhorns and San Jose State, we got some sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about this matchup, and the Buck and I will obviously give our thoughts as well. How about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, with my messed up back, getting the right support has always been a very difficult thing. But now I've found Relax the Back, and it's now not difficult any longer. I love what Relax the Back has done for me over the last 20 years. Zero gravity recliners they've got. They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattress sets. They've got everything that your office chairs that you should look into if you're going to be sitting at an office or sitting at an office desk. You want to get the proper chair. And I've got just that chair right here. Love the folks at Relax the Back. And if you have somebody that's been struggling with neck and shoulder and hip pain, head on over to Relax the Back and find one of the accessories that's going to fit them and make them feel a whole lot better. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home, maybe a kitchen remodel, maybe a bathroom renovation, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space, weather may be starting to cool down a little bit around here, which means you're going to want to be spending a little bit more time outside. If you don't have the patio setup that you want, McCall Custom Homes can give it to you. They have been custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas for 4 decades. That's right. It's a father-son team with tons of experience, and all of that experience has taken place right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. The Bucks had work done by them. Double R has had work done by them. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com is the website. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Love them.
Yes, indeed. And also a shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. If you're looking for last minute tickets to watch the Longhorns take on the Spartans of San Jose State, they got them for you online at centextickets.com. Sold out? No problem. There's always seats available with Centex Tickets. They've got you covered for tomorrow's game and every Longhorn game all year long. And hey, if you want to get up to Arlington next weekend for the Cowboys home-o against the Giants, boom, they got you covered. CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from CentexTickets.com.
You know, friends at Horseshoe Bay, if you've been thinking of making that travel and you're listening all over the state and you're coming in for the game and you want to come in on a Friday, they still got room at Horseshoe Bay Hotel in the villas up at Horseshoe Bay Resort. And plenty of opportunities if you're coming in here today to play a little bit of golf at 4 of their great golf courses at the Horseshoe Bay area. For more information, go to hsbresort.com to find out more information on where you can stay. And you will love the hospitality. You're also going to love the courses there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Love the Horseshoe Bay Resort. All right, we are just over 24 hours away from kickoff. Texas and San Jose State. The Longhorns 36.5-point favorites for this game. The over-under is 52.5 if you're into that kind of thing. We got a little bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian's Thursday availability. We will start with this one. Sark talking about San Jose State's coach, Ken Niumatalolo. That name sounds familiar. Well, that was Navy's head coach for 16 years. He's the winningest coach in Navy history. And, did a lot of good things for the Naval Academy. It's interesting, Buck, about this game. You think of the Navy offense under Ken Niumatalolo and, well, under everybody. Right?
Yes.
It's the option game. It's, maybe you throw it 4 or 5 times a game, but it's just straight run after run after run after run. That's what Kenny did at Navy for years. I mean, for a decade and a half. And now the San Jose State team throws the ball as much as pretty much any team in the country.
Yeah, that dude had to go on the road, spring practices, NFL teams, and watch all of this and get his passing game down because he wanted to know about it being the head coach. and obviously his offensive coordinator. I mean, he had this is talking about being retrained. Wow.
Yeah, I wonder if like Niumatalolo was like, yeah, I'm tired of this option game. Let's spread the field a little bit. Let's see what a passing offense actually looks like. I mean, it is a total 180 in philosophy from his last job to this job. And he's in his second year at San Jose State. They threw the ball around a ton last year. And in their first game against Central Michigan, a 2-point loss, they were throwing the ball around a ton in that one too. So here's Steve Sarkisian. He was asked about Ken Niumatalolo and just the problems or challenges the San Jose State offense will present tomorrow.
I think it's a credit to Ken. He, obviously at the academy and the option game and the success that he had at Navy for so many years was just tremendous. And he's a good friend that way of just getting to know one another over the years. And then, they decided to go in a different direction. He goes on to San Jose State. And for him to make the change philosophically, to go from the option game to the run and shoot game, I think speaks a lot to his trust in his coaches. The one thing that holds true is their style of play, and it is fast and it is physical. And that starts on the defensive side of the ball. It carries over into special teams. And I know you think, run and shoot, they're throwing it. They are. But man, they're physical and they're nasty up front. The run and shoot is a very difficult offense to defend, and Coach Stutzman, who played in it in Hawaii under June Jones, he's got a wealth of knowledge in it. So different tasks that way. We're still got to stop the run, but man, you better be on your stuff coverage wise. You better be on your stuff in your pass rushes. You let them stand back there and throw the ball, it can make for a long day.
Yeah, those quick passes mean cut blocks. You're going to hate that. That's a practice week of having guys come down there low at your legs, and defenders hate that shit. They don't want you down there around their ankles and their knees, and they do a lot of that. So they still will bring some of the stuff that they did at Navy, where they get the ankle biters going at you, BK, and you hate that. Guys at the end of the line really hate it, and the double team guys hates it too. Have some guy hold you up and another guy come and cut you. So that's always not that cool. But they'll drop back and pass too. But they can't hold up to the Texas defensive line. It's too much strength on the defensive line. Those guys will cut block and end up with a knee in the side of their helmet.
Yeah, Steve Sarkisian called it the run and shoot. I think a lot of people call this version of San Jose State's offense the spread and shed. It's aggressive. It's a lot of no huddle, and it's a spread based.
Stinking cut blocks. It's a lot of look out for your legs. Look out for your partner's legs. Guys are going to jump on the back of your legs.
Yeah,
they're going to do it. They're going to think it's a fair play, but it sucks.
Yeah, it's got to be annoying. I mean, they want to stretch the field. That's what they do, horizontally, vertically. Like that's the concept of this offense. And you're going to see a lot of deep shots from San Jose State in this game tomorrow. That's what their quarterback does. Walker Eget, he's a senior in his second year as a starter. He's got a pretty big arm, and he throws the ball down the field a lot. So it will be a bit of a test for the Texas secondary, who looked really good going up against the best crop of wide receivers in college football last weekend. But they are going to be tested often. Like I'm looking at the box score from San Jose State's season opener against Central Michigan, 45 pass attempts, 24 rushing attempts.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of 3 and outs on Saturday.
Yeah, and that was a close game too. Again, that game finished 16-14. So it's not like San Jose State was down by 4 scores early and they just had to throw the ball a bunch to get back in. They did go down early, but still they could have stuck with the run game a little bit more, but that's just not what they do. They throw the ball a lot. And again, it's going to be a lot of vertical shots down the field in this one tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's going to be a nice day out for football. So that helps a lot for the Horns right there.
What, that it's not a nice day?
That it's going to be a nice day. It's a nice day for you got backpedaling and moving around, and you're gonna play a lot of people anyway. A lot of people are gonna get an opportunity, I believe, tomorrow to play. They're gonna find out about a lot about their players and who they can really trust on.
Yeah, the nice weather didn't help the Longhorns too much last week, unfortunately. But I'm with you. It's going to help not playing in 95, 100-degree weather. It's going to keep these guys a little bit fresher. But you're right. I mean, I think that's kind of the goal for these next 3 games, right? Not just for this game tomorrow, is to see what you got. Obviously, there's some starters you need to learn a little bit more about. But Absolutely. It's also some of these younger guys. I mean, you brought in the #1 recruiting class in college football this year. Only 4 freshmen played in the game against Ohio State last week. And you get it. It's that environment, that team, first college game. That's a lot to ask for. But, yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance close to all 25 of these signees in this class end up seeing some time over these next 3 weeks. On that note, Steve Sarkisian was asked about which freshmen he feels are ready to contribute more this weekend.
As far as other guys that I think are ready to kind of step into a fold, I love where Dalen McCutcheon is at. I'm excited about him. I'm excited about Nick Townsend and Amari Winston, a couple other true freshmen that I think have made great strides for us. Lance Jackson is a guy who stepped in and got some opportunities last game. Looking forward to seeing him more with some of the opportunities that he gets. And then some other names that maybe aren't true freshmen, but guys that I'm looking forward to playing. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Xavier Filsaime. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Kobe Black. He had some ops, but seeing more of him. So we got plenty of guys that we're looking forward to, and I think the weather's gonna dictate to us that we're gonna have to play more of these guys on Saturday, as warm as it can get. Obviously with the 11 a.m. kick at DKR.
Yeah, I love when the head coach is just about telling the assistant coach who he wants to get in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those on the side, kind of letting the media know that he's letting the assistant coaches know, I want to see that guy in the football game.
Yeah, I mean, some of the names that he mentioned are guys who actually did play last week.
Right.
He did bring up a couple of guys who didn't play last week. Amari Winston is one of those names. Obviously, the two running backs, Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson, both of those guys are in their second year, so they're not true freshmen. But those guys didn't play against Ohio State. So you're going to see some new faces out there. And that's the hope, right? The hope is Texas can get off to a good start, build a pretty comfortable lead, and then the second half of this game is mostly number 2s and number 3s and maybe some number 4s by the time you get through the fourth quarter.
Sure.
So that's what you want, right? Steve Sarkisian has bragged about his depth all year long, and you could see some of that depth in practice, but until you get those guys in the actual game, I don't know if you really know what you have with them. So to get those guys some real game experience, again, not only tomorrow, but against your next 3 opponents, that should give you a clear picture of what this.
Yeah, he wants to see guys play loose. He wants to see guys really be themselves and not play a little timid, and then for your first ball game, no matter who you are, Arch Manning or anybody else stepping on the field for the first time with that uniform on against an opponent like they had last week, you're nervous. I mean, you're not quite peeing in your pants, but you're close. I mean, you get a little jittery. You have to, because you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to go in for a play, and on the play that you go in, you screwed up and you may not see another chance. You don't know. So it's hard to do all those things that, be yourself and then play within the box and then not make a mistake. It's just hard. And so now he's got an opportunity for the next 3 games to find out kind of who he can trust. I mean, he found out some things about some guys last week that he'll have to do some different. He knows his quarterback, he's going to have to talk to him a little bit different.
Right.
I guarantee you Arch Manning took some heat this week from his head coach about his footwork and everything else. He didn't go unscathed this week where it's, he'll be just okay the next game. He took a little bit of a lashing, I guarantee you.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Steve Sarkisian's message to the media about Arch Manning was not the same as his message to Arch Manning about Arch Manning.
And neither was Arch Manning's uncles or anybody else. His grandfather. He took a little bit of a lashing from some people this week.
Yeah. That was a rough performance, and that's the number one thing, right? Like there are a lot of things, obviously, every Texas fan wants to see in this game tomorrow, but watching a more comfortable Arch Manning is at the very top of that list.
Well, I want to see urgency in the whole offensive group, breaking the huddle and looking like they're ready to go play and excited about playing and not worried about the moment, just playing the game. That offensive line, I mean, like I said, if that guy's not going to be your leader, who is it on offense that's going to take when things aren't going good for him? Who's going to pat him on the back? Who's going to grab him by the face mask and say, hey, listen, you're the leader. Let's go. It didn't happen for you this series, but it's going to happen for you the next series. Somebody else has to maybe be that person, but as a group, they need to have a little bit more urgency about being excited to play, about, getting back offensively what you didn't see last week. So that's what I'm going to be looking for more than anything immediately.
Yeah.
How he handles the huddle. What's that like breaking the huddle? What's it like getting, from the first successful play where they go to another one and another one and another one. And then if things don't happen right, something happens. How do they rebound from it?
Yeah. Texas looked a bit shell-shocked in the first half last week. I mean, once they got into the locker room, made a couple of halftime adjustments, and the offense looked a hell of a lot better in the second half. They were able to move the ball down the field. Unfortunately, they just had a couple of red zone stalls.
Except for that, but every opportunity counts when you're playing like groups.
Oh, for sure. But in the first half, they couldn't. Shouldn't need halftime. You can't have like one bad opening drive and then let that snowball into an entire bad half of offense. And that's what happened for Texas last week. I mean, Arch Manning had 26 yards passing in the first half.
And then you, as watching the game, you never got the feel that, this is going to be the series. The next series, it was like, oh boy, what's going to happen next? You never, that's what I mean by that urgency. I mean, the body language can tell you an awful lot about the entire group. And it makes you feel good as a fan knowing, it's going to pop back. But to them, they must have looked at each other and said, okay, maybe next series, not this one. Okay, maybe the next series.
Yeah, they just, again, they look shell-shocked to me. Like they just weren't ready for the moment, and they couldn't turn it around quick enough.
I agree.
And it was ugly. So hopefully you don't have any of those moments tomorrow. Again, another thing I would like to see is Texas on their first offensive possession march down the field and score a touchdown. And I said that I was filling in with Will yesterday on the Lone Star Playbook, and I gave this stat. Steve Sarkisian is commonly regarded as one of the best scripters in the sport, right? Everyone always talks about how good Steve Sarkisian's opening script is. And I saw some numbers.
So he's good at scripture?
I don't know. Is he good at scripture?
He's a scripter, though.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's been doing some scripture on the side. I'm not sure. I'd rather him work on the red zone stuff a little bit.
Yeah. Forget about the scripture.
Yeah. But no, like as an opening game scripter, since the start of 2023, Texas has played in 31 games. That means they have had 31 opening drives on offense. They have scored points on 9 of those 31 opening drives. It's like 31%. That is not good enough.
Wow.
So, and some of those games are against great teams. Obviously, your Ohio States, your Georgias, we get that. Some of those games are against bad teams. And like, that's not good enough. You got all week to come up with this opening script.
In other words, it takes too long to get going. Get going immediately. Yes.
It's weird. Like it is just weird. 9 out of 31 opening drives have resulted in points. There's a lot of turnover on downs.
That's a hell of a stat. I didn't realize that. I thought there would be at least, 50%, because, you hear about, his scripts are great and he's a great play caller. You would think they'd go down there and kick a field goal at least 50% of the time. You said 30% of the time?
It's funny. So, yeah, 31% of the time, 9 out of 31. And none of those are field goals. All 9 of those scoring drives were touchdowns. It feels like Steve Sarkisian is so aggressive on those opening drives. Where like he just won't settle for field goals. I think 2 of them were missed field goal attempts. So it's not like they didn't attempt a field goal in those 31 opening drives. Mm-hmm. But of the 9 times they have scored, they've all been touchdowns. They have not started a drive with a field goal since 2022.
Wow.
That's pretty bizarre. Started a game with a field goal. It'd be hard to start a drive with a field goal. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. So that's, again, you didn't do it against Ohio State. You had a pretty good drive. You moved the ball, got a couple of first downs. Obviously, you stalled out. You turned it over on downs. You can't change the past. You're not playing a team as good as Ohio State tomorrow. I would really like to see. I know not a lot of people are going to care because it's San Jose State and you're a 5-touchdown favorite. But it would make me feel a little bit better if Steve Sarkisian is able to dial up something on the first drive of the game that gets Texas on the scoreboard.
Yeah, just dial up me a long running play for about 60.
Sure, that works. All touchdowns count the same, right?
Yes,
it could be a handoff. It could be a deep bomb. It could be a little screen that turns into a long catch and run. I don't care.
It just can't be a tunnel screen because it ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, you've got your Greg Davis UTSD flaring up again.
Don't even think about throwing it. They're already thinking you're going to throw a tunnel screen.
They didn't do much any screen last week.
No,
It was a
no,
little
they didn't.
surprising. I think I would have preferred some more screens.
Yeah, and I got to find out what your running backs can do. Who's that guy? And I got to believe it's still Trey Wisner. You can dump it off to him and go. Or
Yeah,
like you say, Christian Clark. Let's just see him. Maybe he comes in the game and grabs a screen and goes.
maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if Trey Wisner or CJ Baxter are true home run hitters. Now, Ohio State's defense is really good. It's hard to hit home runs against them.
Sure.
But Trey Wisner wasn't the most explosive back in the country last year.
No.
I don't think that's his greatest strength. And again, CJ Baxter's a guy coming off of serious knee injuries. I don't know if the explosiveness is exactly where it's going to be for him.
Well,
So,
I mean, if you can feel that, it's probably time to get that third guy in there who they talk an awful lot about, because generally when they talk about you, it works to your favor. It has over the last couple of years. So we'll see. Maybe that guy gets in the game and does some things where they have a little bit more trust in him as a runner too.
sure, that'd be nice. I think we will see that. Another one from Steve Sarkisian here. He was asked about if he's worried about his team overlooking these next three opponents. Again, I mean, it's Ohio State last week. We know who these next three games are against. And then, boom, conference play hits you in the mouth. Texas is at home these next 3 weeks. They're going to be huge favorites these next 3 weeks. Sark was asked if he's a little bit worried about his team's mentality going in.
I don't worry about it because of the outside noise. I worry about it because I think that's human nature, right? And so as a coach, how do you combat that? What do we do on Monday morning to get ourselves prepared for a ball game? What do we do to try to minimize players looking too far down the road and focus on the task at hand of what's right in front of them? And so it's not so much about what anybody outside the building thinks or doesn't think. It's truly what I believe. And, I've been doing this long enough to know that human nature is human nature, and we can get caught in that trap. And so sometimes you coach them harder. Sometimes you point out, the slightest of details that could be off to make sure that the screws are tightened up really tight and that we're ready to play.
Yeah, most of the times you coach them harder in game 2 anyway. Win or lose, you coach them just as hard as you did in preparation for that first game, whether it's a big game or you're just playing nobody. That next week you're gonna coach your ass off so that they understand the mistakes that they made in game 1, because you have to have that jump, from game 1 to game 2. You got to make progress. You can't go backwards, and you really can't stay the same. So, like I said, I think Arch Manning probably got coached as hard as he's ever been coached this week. And not just him. The offensive line, which maybe thought they did pretty well, those guys are getting coached they're probably thinking in their minds, do you see who we're playing this week? And coach is going out of his mind today. Really? That's what he talks about by guys thinking they got it made. You can't let it happen in week number 2. I mean, things start to you where you're consistent in everything you do as a coach. But that first game to that second game, boy, that second week is hard. Even if you win, that second week is hard on players, because as a coach, you want to let them know, oh no, you won a big game or you lost a big game. I'm not chilling out on you. I'm going to be just as hard on you. So you understand this is the way we're going to coach right through the season. Nothing's going to change.
Hey, coach, did you see who we're playing this week?
Yeah.
Did you see how you played last week?
Yeah. Did you remember that play? And then you point out a couple of those plays to them and you said, hey, you're just as capable of doing it against the guys this week as you did against the guys last week. You're going to think you had it made. No, I'm not going to let you do that. We're going to coach some of these things out of you that you did last week. We're not going to coach some things into you. We're going to coach some of the things that you did wrong. We're going to coach that out of you this week and get that all straight so it doesn't happen next week or the week after or when we go to play Florida. It's just going to be an every week thing. It's going to be an every practice thing. So it's hard to do. As he said, human nature will make you think that, this won't be as hard as Ohio State. But I guarantee a bunch of those guys are hearing people's, the ringing in their ear of coaches yelling in their ear about what happened last week. And now it's that simple walkthrough again. Here's some of the fundamental things, the snap counts. We'll just go we'll get our offensive line on air with nothing. We'll just do snap counts. And if you jump off now and there's nobody standing on the other side of you, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah, coaches always say the biggest week-to-week improvement during a season happens from week 1 to week 2.
And it ain't always good.
Well, look, I think you talk about that human nature. I think it's a little harder to get up for a game like this if you're coming off a win, right? Like if Texas won that game at Ohio State, everyone's patting them on the back. Everyone's saying Arch is the real deal, and Texas is a legitimate favorite to win the national championship this year, and they're still the number one team in America. Then it's like, maybe there's a letdown. But because you lost and played the way that you did in week one, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. These guys, I think, are chomping at the bit to get out there and play somebody else to show that they're a hell of a lot better than what they showcased 6 days ago.
Doesn't matter how we feel. It's how they feel about themselves after this game on Saturday. You know, if they crush them and we go, oh, that's nobody that they played, they got to understand that they did some really good things in this game and they prepared well for this week, the following week, and the week after that they're on the right path. So we can say, you know, what we want as fans, oh, it doesn't matter. It's, you know, they're not playing anybody for the next 3 weeks. But to them, they have to get better.
Yeah, last year after Texas went on the road and beat Michigan in week 2, they returned home and beat UTSA 56-7. It was obviously the game that Quinn Ewers got hurt. Arch Manning took over and played the second half and looked really good. But, even after a big road win like that, there was no letdown for Texas. They kept their foot on the gas. So that human nature didn't kick in last year after the big non-conference road game. The hope is it doesn't kick in this year.
And Sark's been around the game too long. He understands what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, the kind of teams that you play against and the kind of teams that you're supposed to beat and what the kids, I mean, he can feel that. You feel that all week at practice. You know, that you know, someone will ask him, they must have asked him yesterday about what kind of week of practice did you had. I mean, you know, they'll ask, he'll know if the guys are ready to go or has he still got some screaming to do. But by Friday, I mean, that hay is in the barn right now. Mm-hmm. It's just going over some small details and substitutions, things like that. You don't want to be out there screaming at guys now. You want to make sure that you got that stuff done Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Right. Absolutely. All right. We'll have more sound from Steve Sarkisian in a bit. More of our thoughts on Texas, San Jose State. We'd love to get your thoughts as well. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. B Nasty says, seen enough with the Cowboys Super Bowl bound. After a while, putting them in the Super Bowl. Interesting. Keep the texts and the comments coming in. We appreciate y'all spending your Friday with us.
Now, I'll just say this, BK, that sense of urgency by the offense to me will be important on how they carry out, get into the line of scrimmage, break in the huddle. The quarterback looking very comfortable, you know, not looking like a robot out there, but everybody, you know, once again, you're at home. There's going to be illegal procedures, BK. It's happening. How many at home? How many at home this week? 2 still? Yes.
They had 3 last week.
Let's cut it down by 1 and be okay.
Can we cut it down by 3?
No, it's not gonna. That's part of their DNA. They have to. When does that stop? Maybe it's this week, but I don't think so. I don't think it's this week. I still think there's still some nerves.
I think you could see a couple this week because I think 2. A lot of offensive linemen are going to play.
Yeah, 2, because guys are going to want to get off. You know, they're going to jump the snap count too soon because they want to get fired up after last week, and they did pretty well last week. You want to do better, so those nerves are going to be there. So you're going to try to get that quick twitch. You're going to try to beat the snap count, which, I'm going to say
one false start from the starters, but I think Texas is going to end up with 2 or 3 because the backups are going to come
3. That's the 3. You're going to go to 3, huh? I'll say 2.
Okay.
2's going to happen.
All right.
But hey, we can have 0 from the wide receivers now.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen the rest of the year.
No.
Like if you're a wide receiver, you're just looking in at the ball and you just go when the ball goes. Like that's all there is to it.
Generally, you can't hear out there anyway.
I was going to say there's no snap count because you can't really hear the snap count. So you're literally just looking in at the line and you're seeing when does everybody else go? Okay, that's when I go.
Yeah.
Ball moves, I move. That was a weird moment for Ryan Wingo.
Hey, I even had known how to do that when I was in my 3-point stance out there as a wide receiver back in the day. 3-point stance.
That makes no sense to me that was the offense. God, football is so much. All the old heads, football ain't the same as what it used to be. Yeah, thank God it's not. Oh my God. I get it. There are some things that was maybe better in the olden days, but most of football in 2025 is a hell of a lot better than football when you were playing.
I look back at that and go, well, there wasn't much man to man back then. Everything was zone anyway. So the guy was never like in your face. I can just imagine a guy in a 3-point stance, not now, but 10 years ago. And there's a guy standing right over you and you're down in the 3-point stand and you try to get up as a wide receiver to make any move. And that guy chucks you, just forearm shivers you right to the head and you go right down.
Did this ever happen to you when you were playing?
Oh no, nobody ever. I never got to that point. And then again, I was, playing against Georgia or coaching against Georgia. We were kicking their ass, and even in Boston College with Doug Flutie, they didn't have a chance to spit. We were slapping them around.
Yeah.
They just got to. That's Kirby culture right there.
That is Kirby Smart culture right there.
All gross. Right. That's nasty. That is so dirty.
That's gross. Yeah, you don't spit on another man. I don't care if you're in the heat of competition. You don't go up to another guy and spit on him. It's like I'm impressed by Dak Prescott for not like really retaliating in that spot, because there are a lot of guys on a football field. There are a lot of guys in general. I don't care where you are. If you get spat on like that, they are.
Oh no, they're going to go off, and they don't care if they get their ass kicked, but they're going to go nuts.
Now, Dak probably knows better because Jalen Carter's like 330 pounds and Dak Prescott is not. So a one-on-one fight between those two wouldn't have ended well. But, yeah, there are a lot of guys who would have retaliated, and that could have turned into like an all-out brawl before the first.
I thought we were going to have at least one of those last night where they couldn't control it. I mean, because they were getting close.
We had a couple. There were a couple of little hard to call them brawls, but gatherings between the two sides.
Yeah, the one face mask deal by the Cowboy guy. I mean, he got his yanked first.
Yeah, how absurd is that? Like, a Cowboys player gets his helmet ripped off, and then he rips someone else's helmet off. Look, they always get the retaliator. We saw it a lot last night. They always get the second guy. So I'm standing there wondering, well, you think the Cowboys player just took his helmet off by himself?
Yeah, that's to me when they go to the, they waste their time looking in the camera for penalties and things like that. Go to that one when you're giving somebody a personal foul. Go look at it and see if another guy gets one. Don't just say, no, that guy's the only one that did it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of laundry on the field last night.
Yes,
and I don't know. Good game, still a good game. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We've got plenty more to get into. Texas, San Jose State-wise. We also are going to preview the other big games in college football and the other big games in the NFL coming up over these next few days. And we've got some fun stories as well planned for hour number 2. But before we go anywhere else, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends over at Soup Patrick's, they've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel just for you, collectibles, accessories. They had tons of Texas Longhorn-themed gifts, items, books just for you, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Soup Patrick's offers free shipping on orders over $59 online. And obviously, guess what? Lots of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Got a little gear on this morning. I'll be wearing that at the game tonight. Then they've got it all. Like I said, anything you want for your tailgating party coming up this week, go by Soup Patrick, pick it up today. Pick up those T-shirts. Pick up those glasses. I don't know if they got any scheduled glasses, but boy, they've got a lot. If you want to be having those cocktails with real glass, they've got them. They've got plastic. They have everything at Soup Patrick. All your golfing needs are right there. And the Jelly Cats are also there at Soup Patrick. For more information, go to souppatrick.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, a word from our great friends at AV Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
I was thinking of chicken and waffles yesterday, but I passed on that and had another classic buttermilk stack at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Boy, the pancakes taste good. You talking about light in your belly, BK? Well, it wasn't so light when I slammed on that extra butter, slab of butter on top of it. But the hog patty was good, man. I did the hog patty. Thing is big. It's like a pancake itself.
You had a stack of pancakes and a giant sausage patty as well?
Yeah, man. I'm getting it done. The big man is getting big.
I like that.
Hey, if you're going to be out there at 3:30 in the afternoon, you better have some food in you for sure. Fat. Folks, I'm suggesting Daymakers Half Day Cafe, and it will, you're going to have a crowd there with people with this home game in here, and that started actually yesterday. But boy, is the food delicious. I mean, as I said, you can get lunch at breakfast. You can get breakfast at lunch. They're open from 7 to 3. They'll enjoy everything on the menu. I'm definitely going to try the chicken and waffles. Somebody says, I've got to do that. If I never had it, this is the place to start. So next week, I'm going to try the chicken and waffles. I'm just going to put syrup on everything and just go after it.
Love it.
Love that place. Love Daymakers Half Day Cafe, folks.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. And also a shout out to OLIPOP as well. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Y'all see us drink OLIPOP on this show all the time. We're believers, and I think you will be too. I had sworn off soda for years, not because I didn't like the taste. Everybody likes the taste of soda, but because it was so bad for me. Like I knew I wasn't supposed to be drinking it, so I stopped drinking it. OLIPOP got me back in soda because it tastes just like the soda that I grew up sipping on, but unlike the other sodas, it's got health benefits, ingredients in there that support digestive health, prebiotics, plant fibers, botanicals. I don't know what any of those things mean. I know they're good for my gut. That's why I drink it. 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any sugar, very few calories, and the taste hits the spot every single time. There's not a lot of healthy food that I like to eat. There's not a lot of healthy drinks I like to drink. OLIPOP found a way to make something be healthy, but also taste good too. I don't know how, but they got it done. Go get you some the next time you're at any grocery store, H-E-B, Whole Foods, Costco, Target, Walmart, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Love it.
All right. Let's dive back into the football conversation. Buck, where are you at right now with this game tomorrow? Well, of course, we'll do our pregame show tomorrow morning down at Schultz Garden. Hope to see everybody there. If you're making your way to DKR, make sure you stop by and hang out with us for a little bit for our pregame tailgate from 8:30 to 10:30 tomorrow morning. But Texas, a 36.5-point favorite right now. Do you feel good about the Longhorns covering the 5+ touchdown line?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not using this. If they're in the 40s, I'm fine. If they're in the high 40s and they play well and they run the ball with some consistency and keep that going, and the quarterback is a little bit more comfortable and they find ways to move around, like I said, and thrilled about being there tomorrow, that home game, their home opener, I'll be fine because I know what the defense is going to do. I know they're going to have some great moments, and they're going to, when a team throws as many times as this group does, every once in a while they'll win the battle too because they've been doing this is what they do. So they'll win a couple of those battles, but I know what the defense will do against the run. They will stuff the run, and they will stuff the quarterback. And the quarterback, if he's going with these 5-step drops, may have his offensive lineman pushed into his lap. But my deal is basically looking and finding out, are they really going to do anything on the special teams? We know the punter is one of the top players in the country, top player on their team. So we know that already. But are they going to do anything on special teams that's going to be dynamic? I mean, it would be nice at the home opener at 11 a.m. to go block a punt or put some pressure on their punter or do something special in the special teams. But I'll be looking more at the offense than anything and seeing who's going to stand out. Yeah, obviously we're looking to see if the quarterback he's going to be better than he was last week. Competition-wise, we'll see that. But will some of the mechanics change? Will he get back to being hey, as Sark says, let Arch be Arch? We'll see. We'll see how
hopefully Arch actually takes to that advice, right? Because the whole mindset going into game one was just, hey, be yourself and let it rip. Yeah. And we saw somebody completely different playing quarterback.
And wasn't letting it rip.
No, not at all. It was the exact opposite of that. So that message didn't hit home in that game. So, I don't know if it's a messaging change or whatever, but that plan didn't work in week one.
No, I mean, just like I said, you can tell when a team is ready to go when you look lethargic and you look lost because you're nervous. You know what I mean? You're waiting for something good to happen, and it doesn't. It takes a while for it to happen. you got to make something good happen for yourself. And I'll be looking for this offense to make something happen and not look for it to happen. Just make it happen.
Yeah.
Just go do it. I mean, you got enough talent, and you obviously got enough talent versus this team. You had enough talent last week versus the team you played. You know,
they should be able to dominate the trenches in this game. Like,
yes.
I mean, Central Michigan ran it 51 times for 236 yards.
Yeah,
Again.
to me, if they didn't want to even pass the ball once, they should win the game by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, more than that. More than that. Central Michigan rushes for 230 against you. Texas should run for 430 against these guys tomorrow.
Yeah, if you never had to throw one pass in the game, you should win the game. You're right, by still 5 touchdowns. So, yeah, I would expect, like I said, but the defense, it's the passing game. You know, you don't win all of those battles. Sometimes the ball bounces to the other guy. So we'll see. And I expect them to play solid anyway back there. I don't expect them to be perfect in the secondary. I expect them to play good. But they're not running. They're not going to rush the ball for 150 yards against Texas. They're going to get stuffed in the run game.
God, no. They ran it for 75 yards against Central Michigan. They shouldn't get to that number tomorrow.
Yeah,
I don't think. Yeah, that's interesting.
I think you'll see a different attitude. But the attitude of the quarterback and the offense and the scoring zone. I mean, this isn't one of those where you say, oh, no, let's just do some basic stuff in the scoring zone. We don't want to show anybody. Hey, show everybody everything. Just make adjustments to what you show people. That's all. You need to score. You need to score some touchdowns, and you need to be innovative in the way you do it because your basic stuff isn't getting it done. So if you got to trick them, do it. If you got to do some things that are with motion, do it. If you have to do a reverse that goes from the 20 into the end zone, do it. So what? You show everybody that. Who cares? You're just going to do something different. You need to score in the scoring zone. Your guys need the confidence in the scoring zone that they can get into the end zone against anybody. Westlake High, they need to understand that they can score against Westlake High on every occasion in the scoring zone, you know?
Just score. I don't care if you're extra creative or if you're incredibly vanilla. Just get into the end zone when you get into the red zone. It shouldn't be that hard against anybody. It really shouldn't be that hard against the team you're playing tomorrow. So, I mean, I'd like to see an under center handoff in the red zone tomorrow. That's not like innovative. That's not putting anything crazy on film. That's just doing something that I think could give you a different result than what you got last week.
Just have your running back come downhill, you know,
yeah, that'd be nice.
For the lead blocker and let that running back make a decision on which gap he's going to go. Don't shotgun it and hand it to him sideways and say, here you go.
You only did that twice. You had 8 red zone plays. Only 2 of them were handoffs to running backs, and both of them were out of the shotgun. So you could simplify things even more than you did last week.
Absolutely.
Get under center and hand it off. So yeah, I don't care. Yeah, you gotta prove that you can go score in the red zone, and you might not get a lot of credit for it, but I think confidence is the key word that you used, Buck. Like, give yourself some confidence that when you get down near the goal line, you have the ability to punch it in, because there's been way too many times where you haven't in recent years. So go do that tomorrow. It shouldn't be very difficult against this team. Go
CJ Baxter's going to be your short yardage and goal line guy. Then he needs to show it against this group. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think so. And that's the thing Texas has to clean up. Of course, the red zone offense. It plagued them in 2023. It plagued them in 2024. And it obviously plagued them last week in 2025. So,
and if you're going to do anything in special teams, this is it. First game at home.
Yeah, that's, one thing. You're trying not to overreact too much to one game. And, I don't know how many personnel changes you're going to make after one game against a team like that. But I was pretty excited to see what Ryan Niblett could do as a punt returner. And I think he got a couple of opportunities last weekend to return punts. And what did he do? He just ran away from the football.
He did get away from it, didn't he?
And the ball bounced and rolled like an extra 5 or 10 yards. And it's like, dude, I say it all the time. I don't care if you return it for a touchdown. That'd be great if you did. That'd be great if you could average 15 yards a return and you
They had that maniac last year who was running up and grabbing the ball, and he was taking chances.
Catch the ball. Don't fumble it. That's number one. But also number 2, don't let it bounce and roll an extra 5, 10, 15 yards, please. Go catch the ball. Fair catch it. Catch the ball so you don't lose more yardage.
Absolutely.
And Ryan Niblett a couple of different times last week did that. It's like, I mean, what do we –
Well, that's his first time too. Once again, A little bit nervous.
Put somebody else out. Catch the ball. If you're too nervous to catch a punt, then you shouldn't be out there, right?
I agree.
You got other guys who could do that job.
Hey,
This team,
I'll give you a scholarship just to do that.
right. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that because Ryan Niblett, no, he's worked his ass off. That guy switched positions like 4 times. He's done everything.
He's just trying to find a seat on the bus and the plane.
Exactly. He's trying to get some opportunities. They give him some, and he's like, I don't want it. I don't want the football, actually. I'm going to go ahead and run away from it. It's like, dude, you're getting your chance. Go do something with it. Don't run away from the ball.
Yeah, we're expecting some special things from the special team, so that needs to start this week.
Yeah, the punter was special. That was a special thing last week. I feel good about that. We didn't see a field goal attempt last week, so I still have no idea what Mason Shipley is all about. He made his extra point, no problem. But yeah, Jeff Banks in the offseason talked about his punt return group being a more aggressive unit this year. Yeah, I didn't see that last week, but maybe we'll see it tomorrow. Yeah, block punt would be pretty fun, right? San Jose State starts with the ball. You get a quick 3 and out, and boom. How about a block punt? You start a drive in the red zone. You punch it in for a touchdown, and you're up 7-0. Can we?
Yeah, now you're on your way. Yes, now you're on your way.
Yeah, that works. I don't think any Texas fan would be upset if that's how this game starts a little after 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. Basically, I want to see what the offenses, how they come out, how they go and play after play after play. Can they have some successful plays and get a little bit of a roll? Like you said, go ahead and go right down the field and score a touchdown. Don't kick a field goal. Don't be in a situation where you got to go 4th and 2 or 4th and 1. Get things done on 1st and 2nd down. Control the line of scrimmage. Do what you want to do. Have your quarterback feeling good immediately.
It's Friday. I'm trying to get over last week, but God, did they really go 3 quarters without a point last week? Did that really happen?
Yes, it did.
Still hurts, man. Still hurts. All right, one more from Steve Sarkisian. We talk about this being a physical team, right? And I thought, look, Texas ran the ball really well last weekend. They stopped the run really well last weekend. So in a lot of moments, they won the battle of physicality against Ohio State. Now, in the biggest moments, both teams had a 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. One team scored. Texas didn't. In the biggest moment, the physicality battle wasn't quite there. But overall, I was pretty pleased with Texas in the trenches and just in terms of their physicality in game 1. Steve Sarkisian was asked yesterday how he thought about his team's physicality last week and what his expectations are moving forward.
Yeah, it's been something that we've been preaching going all the way back to spring practice. We had very physical practices in spring ball. It went all the way to training camp. I thought we had a very physical training camp. And I would say Tuesday and Wednesday this week, from a pure physicality standpoint, especially in our team run settings, was probably better this week than it was last week. And again, like I said, I thought we ran the ball very effectively against one of the better defensive fronts probably in the country. And I thought we defended the run really well. I think we held them to, 2 point something yards per carry. We rushed the ball for nearly 170 yards. And so those are good signs for us. Now we've got to be better. You never say, hey, we've arrived. We need to be better there. And I think we can be, but surely that from that aspect of the game, we're off to a pretty good start that way.
Yeah, they got to be better situationally, as you said, and mind-wise, how important this situation that we're in right now. Mentally, we did it back there, 4 downs ago, but guess what we have to do? We're at the goal line at the 2 right now, so we may not get another opportunity. Eventually, our coach is going to go, hey, we're going to kick field goals if you guys can't punch it in. We're going to take points if you guys keep getting your asses knocked back. So you got to mentally understand that this is the down. It's not like being back there, at your 30 coming out. You're going in. You need to have this happen for you. So, I think it's not so much of the physical part. It's them understanding how important the situation is where they are,
Yeah, that's I don't expect there to be a lot of big situations in this game tomorrow.
No.
At least I hope there aren't a lot of big situations in this game tomorrow, but the red zone opportunities, 2-minute drill, just big things that you'll see week in and week out. I hope Texas is able to succeed more.
Yeah, that's why I think most of the time during the course, the one deal with the summer practices was when Sark said, no, we really had a pretty good day offensively, which made me think You didn't have a lot of those. I think that defense must have punched you guys in the face all summer long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Arch looked that bad in practice. At least I hope he didn't look that bad in practice.
Well, we never knew.
Well, we saw the games that Arch played in last year, and he didn't look like he looked in Columbus. So my hope is he didn't just lose everything that he had last year.
No, it's just nerves.
Yeah. So it's like I do believe, Sark, that the offense won some days, right? We saw them run the ball pretty effectively. I bet they were able to run some days pretty well against this Texas defense. We saw Sark scheme some stuff open last week. I bet he was able to do that in practice against this Texas defense. The quarterback
just needed to throw it to the guys that were open.
Yeah, the quarterback again, if Arch Manning plays like a B- or a C+ game, I think Texas probably wins last week. But he didn't get there. So again, Sark, I'm beating a dead horse. Sorry, we're moving on. It's Friday.
He'll do, like I said, he'll have had enough people in his ear this week about the things that he needs to do with his footwork and his sidearm throws and get back to doing what you had been doing. I mean, he seems like a pretty smart kid that understands that. And once again, sorry, I don't care how much money NIL you're making. That first game at that place, there is going to be some nerves. And sometimes it's going to take you a long time to get over it.
Maybe
I know everybody expected him to be, something special immediately, but he's no different than a lot of kids that start their first game as a quarterback.
Well, maybe now the pressure's off, right? Maybe that's something Steve Sarkisian's telling Arch this week is, hey, you're not the Heisman favorite anymore. Hey, we're not the number one team in America anymore. Like all that stuff that you had to deal with, like don't.
Hey, we just got to go win we got to go win the rest of these games. Let's go.
Just go play.
Let's get
out
better
there and play. Yeah. So maybe that helps. I don't know if that's the approach that Sark has taken this week, but it's got to. Hopefully, it's a weight off Arch's shoulders, and if he goes out and plays really well tomorrow, I think that'll feel like another monkey off of his back.
Sure.
But there's no doubt there was a lot of pressure going into last weekend, and
there's a lot of pressure on the play caller.
For sure. It's a game like that. Of course, there's going to be pressure. Anytime you're the number one team, there's going to be pressure. But you're playing in a big game like that, absolutely. And again, Texas did a lot right, but not enough. Not enough to win. So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. We've got to get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. And I don't know if you missed it. The Buck missed his Thursday night football pick last night. He had 50,000 units on the Philadelphia Eagles covering 8.5. And
we got a lot to make up this weekend.
Yeah, the Buck is down 200,000 units going into the first full weekend of the football season. We'll get to the Bucks Gold Star locks in a moment, and we'll also give some of our thoughts on some of the other big games in college football and the NFL. And the city of Austin has a new logo.
What?
And we spent more than $1 million on it, apparently, and it's not good. So
can we have got it for 250,000? Can we have got it for that?
You could have got it from ChatGPT for $0.00.
What?
Actually, you could have gotten something better from AI for free. So we'll show you that. But first, I've had a few more sponsor shout outs.
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, if your air conditioning is not working properly, it's not going to be that hot, but it's going to be hot enough that you need air conditioning around here for sure. Calling the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. They know how to get it done, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And I get it done twice a year at my home to make sure everything's working properly. And it has been great so far this summer. And it's now later in the summer, and I don't want anything happening. And when I call on Woods Comfort Systems, they will make sure – they're already started to make sure that things are going to be working for the wintertime, BK. They've already been out once to winterize and make sure that all the filters are changed and ready to go. So when that heater cranks up, it's going to be ready to go. I haven't had to use them like the Wagner family for plumbing. I haven't – I just get my plunger, and if I do something wrong, I can plunge it myself. If you've got a real disaster, call on Woods Comfort Systems for plumbing also. 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
No, they do not. And now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car. over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Great.
Yes, indeed. Love the Covert family. Go to covertbeecave.com to see their giant inventory or go out and see them off of Highway 71. And, of course, a shout out to Altstadt Beer as well. The best beer that you can find all across the great state of Texas. Make sure you accompany your tailgates, your watch parties all weekend and all season long with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And it's easy to find, too. Any grocery store that sells beer, if you're going to be hitting the town this weekend, bars and restaurants around the state, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waiters, waitresses, servers, whoever for Altstadt Beer. You go through a lot in this life. And it rewards your taste buds with a phenomenal beer. And please, whatever you're doing, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. We'll call it the official beer of football season, too. Who's going to stop me? It's the official beer of football season. Should be the official beer of your football season. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, Bob needs me to make him some money this week.
Yeah, you're off to a rough start with the 2025 football season. You are currently down 200,000 units. Last week, week 1 of the college football season, you went 0-5 on your Gold Star locks on Saturday. Now, you did respond. You did have TCU over North Carolina in that Monday night week 1 capper. So you didn't go completely over in college football, but your Saturday was a rough one. So we'll see if you could bounce back in week 2. What do you have for the people, my friend?
Well, I've got a couple college plays, but then a bunch of NFL plays for the NFL, because some of you NFL folks need to have this done for you. I'm taking University of Illinois over Duke for 100,000 units.
Whoa.
Yeah. Fighting Illini go to Dukieville and Dookie all over them. Yes.
Wow. A max play, a 100,000 unit max play on your former team, the Illinois Fighting Illini.
They were ranked number 11 at the time. I think they still may be around there right now.
Yeah, ranked number 11. They are 3.5-point road favorites against the $3 million man. Duke went out and got Darian Mensah, the transfer quarterback from Tulane. They paid $3 million for him to come over there.
Get your money back.
And you're saying it's not going to matter. Illinois easy on the road tomorrow. Okay, yes. I like that.
Another college game, UTSA 50,000 units versus, that's right, the Bobcats.
What?
Yes. Beep, beep.
Wow.
UTSA. I like the way they played. I'm telling you, I like the way they played the Aggies last week.
You did lose betting against UTSA last week because you had A&M big, and UTSA had a last-minute cover in that game. The Roadrunners are 3.5-point home favorites against Texas State.
Home opener down in San Antonio, down the Alamo Dome.
Down at the Dome. Last year, Texas State destroyed.
That's not
UTSA.
happening this year.
That was a home game in San Marcos. So you got 50,000 units on that one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
The Cincinnati Bengals get off to a fast start versus the Browns for 50,000 units.
So we're done. Only 2 college plays?
That's all I'm looking at is 2 college plays.
You're that scarred after last week, huh?
Yeah, I got pretty scarred with the college football.
Okay, so on to Sunday.
They're just paid amateurs.
They're just paid amateurs. They're student athletes, Buck. Don't forget about that. Cincinnati 5.5-point road favorites at Cleveland. I said it yesterday. Joe Burrow 3-5 in his career against the Browns. You don't care.
Not anymore. Getting off to a good start with the Bengals this year.
Okay. All right. I like that.
And then I've got a bunch of 25,000 unit plays. Arizona over the Saints. Yeah, little Kyler Murray gets on the road. First year head coach for the Saints. They get Arizona. They get Cardinals. There he is. There you go, Kyler.
Kyler showing up to the game a couple of days early.
All dressed up.
Up and ready to go.
So fast, midget. Not so fast.
Thank you, Lee.
25,000 unit play on them.
Okay, hold on. Arizona, I'm giving people the line. They are 6.5-point road favorites in the Dome this weekend. Continue.
Also going to take the Washington Commanders for 25,000 units over the Giants.
Okay, that's another 6.5-point line, but the Commies are at home. I'm a little surprised that's less than a touchdown. Interesting. All right.
And then I'm going to take the Jacksonville Jaguars at home over Carolina for 25,000 units. Yes.
You are not a fan of the underdog this week, are you?
No.
All favorites here. The Jags, the home team, 3.5-point home favorites against
25.
Bryce Young.
And then I'm going to take another. Is this game? Yeah, this game is at home. I was going to use Green Bay as a 25,000 unit play. I'll make it a 50,000 unit play. The Lions, without their offensive coordinator, get beat by the Packers.
All right. That's one of the best games in week 1, Sunday afternoon, 3:25. Green Bay at home, 1.5-point favorites against the reigning NFC North champs, the team that was the 1 seed in the NFC postseason last year.
Dan Campbell's not going to be able to do it by himself. What is he going to call plays now?
He's going to bite so many kneecaps.
No, that's money in the bank right there. That should have been a 100-unit play, but I'm going to leave that as a 50,000 unit play.
There's still time. You can make it 100K if you want.
Okay, I will then. I will.
Put your money where your mouth is. Come on.
We get it back this weekend.
Oh, my God. Oh, we've got exclusive footage of Bryce Young showing up to Jacksonville.
Hi, Bryce.
We're in the same thing as Kyler Murray.
Jacksonville needs this too.
Yeah, they do, but I don't like betting on Trevor Lawrence very much. I don't like betting on Jacksonville very much, regardless of who their quarterback is.
Yeah, but it's the Panthers too. Think about that.
They've got that weird guy, the Liam Cohen, the Duval guy. Is their head coach.
He's winning. He's coming up big.
You're about to say they're not winning. It sounds like you're a little nervous about that.
Big. I'm going early with them. I tell you, I wish I had a feel for that. Is that the Jets in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
I don't want to lay anything on that. I don't want to screw up your money on that.
Okay. Yeah, that game is
Russell Wilson's going to be starting.
It's obviously Aaron Rodgers going to New York to take on his former team.
Wow.
No, Russell Wilson. No, it's Justin Fields.
Yeah, Justin Fields. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Wilson is starting for the Giants.
What do you think about that? What do you think about Aaron Rodgers coming to the Jets?
You know what I think?
That's time to get some sleep.
Yeah, that's a napper right there. That is, I hope Red Zone doesn't cut to that game. Oh, we haven't even talked about Red Zone adding commercials yet. And I know you're not a big Red Zone guy, so this doesn't really affect you, but come on, man. That's so brutal. ESPN, remember they made that mega deal with the NFL, right? We talked about it, I don't know, a month ago. And part of that deal included ESPN taking over the NFL Red Zone channel. And it took ESPN all of 1 month to ruin it because they're adding commercials. Like the whole bit was 7 hours of commercial-free football. That's what the host, Scott Hansen, would say at the start of every broadcast. He said 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now. And now it's gone. Apparently he's going to say 7 hours of red zone football starts now. It's like, dude, they say that they're not going to miss anything big. It's the NFL. It's football. You don't know when something big is about to happen. That's why we love this sport so much. That's why we love all sports so much. You don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I was glad I didn't have to watch Thursday Night Football on Hulu or Moo Moo or Goo Goo last night.
Dude, the NFL is just killing me, man.
I didn't have to go downstairs and watch it on the other TV. That was good.
Corporate greed is just killer. The game tonight, I think, is a stream-only game.
Now,
you'll be calling a high school game, so
I won't be able to see it.
Able to watch it anyways, but
it's not an NBC game tonight.
No. The Chiefs-Chargers game in Brazil is on YouTube TV or just YouTube.
I got YouTube.
Oh, you have YouTube TV? Oh, then you might be good.
So I'm going to get all those games this year.
No, well, there's going to be games on Amazon.
Oh, there is? What Amazon? But are they going to have a weekly deal that's on Amazon?
Every Thursday, besides yesterday, will be on Amazon.
Okay,
Same as
I
last
do
year.
have to get that ready. All right.
There's going to be games on Peacock? You a Peacock guy?
I do. I have that too. I'm good with that.
You got pulled over by an officer Peacock
Yes, I did.
one time. Or was it small cock or Peacock?
Polecock. Officer Polecock.
Pullcock. Hey, is that what he asked you to do? Hey, I'm Officer Pullcock. If you want to get off, you got to get me off.
Oh my goodness.
That's a line right there. You got to pull my finger. Hey, pull something else. I got you there. So, yeah, that's brutal. I hate that. I mean, blame ESPN.
I'm glad
blame
it
the
didn't
NFL.
happen last night because I was looking for it. I asked my wife, can you go downstairs and get your Amazon or whatever that is, that this Thursday night deal, and I got to listen to those clowns on Thursday night. It was NBC. It was nice.
Yeah.
Until-
Yeah, no, it's nice when the football games are on channels that you actually have.
Yes.
But nowadays, everyone used to complain so much about cable and how expensive it was. And now it's like, well, you got to pay for a YouTube TV, and then you got to pay for Prime, and you got to pay for Peacock, and you got to pay for like 8 streaming services, and it ends up being more expensive than cable. So all you complainers out there who thought life sucked when cable was around, now you're getting screwed by all these big companies.
And so what do you have to do with your Spectrum or Prism or whatever you're on? Do you have to have other channels too, along with Rectum?
Yeah, you got to have streaming services. Now, I got some connects, right? I got a guy.
Yeah, you got a guy, you got an antenna, I
got a Peacock guy, I've got a Netflix guy, I've got an ESPN Plus guy.
Oh my God.
It's usually like
you got people's numbers that you just ring up and automatically you get these things.
It's part of the reason why I'm still friends with half of my friends.
Because they give you the numbers.
I got their passwords to get into their accounts right there. So, yeah, there's some games on Netflix this year. Thank you, Joe K. I think the Christmas games will be on Netflix this year and a couple of other games. They were on Netflix last year.
Wow.
Netflix. Do you have Netflix?
No. I mean, I have it on the deal. I have to pay for it. I have to switch it on during that time and pay for it.
Yeah, it's a monthly subscription too. And Netflix has really cracked down on the shared account bit. It's kind of annoying. Like I can't even use my parents' account because they're in a different city. So it like tracks it by, I don't know if it's zip code or by address or whatever. But like they don't even want me to love my own family anymore.
That's wrong.
That's terrible, Netflix. They're trying to break up a good family. I don't get it. So, yeah.
That's not right. That's not good.
YouTube tonight. And, yeah, a bunch of streaming games throughout the year. But Red Zone on Sunday will have commercials. So that's a huge downer.
What's Google got? Google got anything? They're not doing any streaming. And is Google a part of it? They don't have their own games, or they're doing Kansas City Chiefs games or whatever?
No, I don't think Google is streaming any of the NFL this year.
Oh, good.
We might not be too far away from a Google streaming service coming.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
everyone's got to have their own, right?
Everybody's got to have one.
Everyone's got to have their own. So, oh, yeah, good point. YouTube is owned by Google. So I guess that counts.
Thank you very much.
As a YouTube thing or as a Google thing. All right. So those are your Gold Star locks. Anything else for the people?
No more college games. Hey, just play that UTSA. The Roadrunners get it done.
All right, so 2 college games for tomorrow. You've got 100,000 units on Illinois against Duke and 50,000 units against UTSA against Texas State.
Yeah, for my cousin, that's going to be a big parlay.
And then you've got 5 NFL games all on Sunday. The Bengals, the Cardinals, Commanders, Jaguars, and Packers, all home favorites. Playing the favorites.
Yeah. Is Micah Parsons playing, or is he going to sit this one out?
I don't think they've officially said anything. I think he wants to play, but will he be allowed to play? We'll see. So you've got 200, 300, 375,000 units at stake.
I get everybody well. Bob is going to be happy on Monday. Because then on Monday Night Football, what's that Monday night game? That's
your Vikings against the Bears.
Yeah. I'll be ready to fire it out there for the Bears.
So if things go well, you'll be back in the green. Again, you're down 200K right now. You've got 375K on the line. So you could end up positive, or you could end up way, way down.
I start out very slow. I don't like this.
You always start out slow, dude.
By the way, did anybody hit the Powerball jackpot the other night?
I don't think so.
Dude, it was $1.3 billion, like you told me. What is it now?
I think it's up to 1.7 bill.
Yeah, I said I was going to help a lot of people. I'm now going to help less people now if I win.
So more money, less help.
Yeah, more money, more problems. So, no, that means less help. Doesn't mean I'm not going to help people. It just means I'm going to help less people now. As the money grows, I help you less.
How does that make sense?
Hey, some people are still getting helped. There were others that weren't going to get any help anyway.
Okay, you should be helping more, though. You get a bigger jackpot.
No.
That means you have more money you can give out and still take care of yourself, right?
No. I'll help the ones that I was going to help before. I'm not adding any other freeloaders on there. I'm going to flaunt that extra, $250 million. I may flaunt that in front of the others. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Nobody's going to see me anyway.
We're going to know. Come on. You can't keep a secret. The whole world is going to know because you're going to tell us on this show that you won the Powerball.
Wow.
That'll be you. I hope you do. Believe me, I'm rooting for you. That'd be great. I haven't bought a ticket yet. So as of this moment in time, well, if someone in my family bought it, I'm rooting for them first. And then you're number two.
I did hit the power number the other day. 22 was the mega ball number or the Powerball number 22. Doug Flutie, I always played 22.
Do you get anything for that?
Yeah, you just get something for just hitting that number.
So what'd you get?
I think you get like $6 for that. But I have, as a matter of fact, I have 22 with two other numbers.
Let me get this straight. By your math, by your logic that you just shared.
Yes.
That $6 is going to all be donated because you won less money. That means you're going to help more
people. Oh, no. That's going back into getting to I'm not donating any of that. That's that's a rollover. That goes right back into the funds today.
All right. Get you, what are they? $3 tickets, $2 tickets?
I think they are. Powerball is they're all $3 ticket. A $3 ticket for Powerball, $5 for Mega Millions is like over 300 million.
Okay. So
I wouldn't be mad if I hit that. That means, I will help out the people with that. I will give away more of that, but it's the big one. If I hit, less people are getting money now.
I love that. As of yesterday, the jackpot was at an estimated 1.7 bill with a 770.3 million cash value.
Wow.
This is currently the third highest jackpot in the history of the Powerball.
Yeah, and I seem like the right kind of guy to win it. Not not some hobo from Houston on the corner.
What makes you say that? Why are you the right guy to win this?
Because I just feel like I'm the right person for it. I would know what to do with it. I would be able to handle this. A lot of people couldn't handle that. I could handle this.
I feel like the lottery gods may be listening, and they may have felt like you were the right guy to give this giant prize to, and then they heard you say, if I win, I'm going to help less people. And now they're like, nah, can't give it to him.
But I'm still going to help a number of people that other people wouldn't even help at all. The little homeless girl down there at McDonald's, she's getting something.
No way.
Yes.
Well, guess what? She still is only going to want a hug. Are you going to give her the hug?
Sorry. Nope.
Oh, my God.
Nope.
She's going to be the only person who doesn't ask for money after you win the Powerball, and you're not going to give her the easiest thing in the world, just a little hug.
I'm still not getting scabies or rabies or any. No, even though I've won that, I don't want to catch anything because I hugged her. I will ask her if she would like to go and get a Land Rover. Would you like to have a really nice meal? I'm not taking you to dinner, but you can take some of your friends and I'll get you a nice Land Rover if you have a license, you homeless little thing. But I'm still not hugging you. I may high five her.
Okay. That's a step in the right direction, I guess. I don't know if it's going to be good.
But she asked for a hug. I'm going to say, sorry. It's not in the cards for you, I guess.
I'm too rich and famous to hug you.
I could say that. I could do that too.
You could say, I'm jackpot famous, you bum.
Yes, absolutely.
Like our girl on the airplane. I'm Instagram famous, you bum. You could just tell her you're Powerball famous and call her a bum. You'd be right.
Yes, and all kidding, I would help an awful lot of people.
I know.
Just
you
a
would.
little less.
You do that right now without winning the Powerball.
I know, that gives some people a head start on life.
Oh, for sure.
Or a head start on continuing to have a good life.
Yeah. Speaking of helping people, by the way, I'm rocking a St.
Yes,
Jude hat this morning. 3 weeks from tomorrow is the annual St. Jude walk out at the pitch. Bucky is going to be emceeing the event. I will be there. A few of our Texas Sports Unfiltered team members will be there, and we hope to see you there as well. There's still time to create your own team, and there's still time to donate to our team. There's a link. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, there's a link in the description. You can click that and donate right there, or just donate anywhere. Donate to St. Jude. Donate to St. Jude. If you don't want to donate to our team, that's fine. But if you want to support what we have going on, obviously 100% of the proceeds go to St. Jude. We don't get any of it. Yeah, that's we're excited to be a part of that event. We love our partnership with St. Jude, and we hope to see all of you people out there Saturday, September 27th. It's a bye week, and it's in the morning, so you could still watch all of your other college football. But there's no Longhorn games, so no tailgates, nothing you're going to have to miss. Come out and hang out with us that morning. Should be a lot of fun.
And helping childhood cancer, helping kids beat childhood cancer. They're on my list. They're on my big list.
For sure.
When I hit the lottery. And hey, you know how many socks I can buy for the homeless? Yeah, lots of socks.
Lots of socks right there. And a couple of crusty ones for you too, if you want.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How many pair of underwear I'd have in my drawer? I'd have a whole book of underwear.
Oh my gosh. All right. Before we get to the fun stories that we have at the end of the show, any thoughts on the one ranked versus ranked game we have tomorrow? It's Michigan at Oklahoma, number 15 at number 18. College game day will be in Norman tomorrow. It's by far and away the best game, at least on paper, week 2 in college football. The Sooners are 5.5-point home favorites in this game, Buck. Both teams took care of business in week 1 against lesser opponents. Who do you like? And if you have any thoughts on this one, I'd love to hear them.
I like the Sooners. I'm John Mateer. I think he's going to have a fantastic game. That Michigan defense they played okay last week, but I think Mateer gets a chance to get a 10-point win here in this game at home.
Okay.
I like the Sooners at home. I wanted this to really go blue, but I can't do it. I need the Sooners to be as good as they can be in October.
Yeah, I think a big key in this game, Michigan's best linebacker, Jayshawn Barham, is out for the first half because of a targeting suspension. So he got ejected.
Are we still playing that targeting stuff?
It's terrible, dude. It's such a bad bid. So he got ejected like a couple minutes into the second half against New Mexico last week, and he had to miss all of that half, and he has to miss the first half of this game tomorrow. Now, Michigan's defense is deep. They've got other good linebackers, so it's not like he's the only player they have. But he is a difference maker. That guy was all over the field last week before he got kicked out of the game.
Yeah, I didn't notice a lot of that. I didn't notice a lot of that being replayed all over the place like it was the year before. A lot of calls. I mean, maybe just guys are finally getting it.
Well, we didn't have one in the Texas game, which is nice. Yeah, I don't know how many targeting calls. I didn't see any stats on if there were a bunch more or less than last season, but this was obviously a big one for this game.
Wow.
And I just, John Mateer, the big knock on him is he hasn't played many great defenses, if any great defenses. So he's looked really good against some lesser competition in his college career, and he looked really good last week against Illinois State, but I don't know if he's ever seen a defense as good as Michigan's. So on the other hand, though, it's Bryce Underwood, his second career start. I do know he hasn't seen a defense as good as Oklahoma's.
Right.
And he's never played in an atmosphere like this. I was really impressed with Bryce Underwood. I thought he looked about as good as you could possibly look in your first start. He was decisive. He showed the arm talent. The athletic ability was there. But that was at home against New Mexico.
Yeah, he looked more like the guy the coach said, just go be yourself last week.
Yeah. I'm taking Michigan in this game. I'm going to go wrong team favorite here.
Okay.
Maybe it's just my disdain for Oklahoma that is impacting this pick. But I can't get over OU only rushing for 3.2 yards a carry against Illinois State last week. I don't trust their offensive line. As good as John Mateer might be, I don't think you want to put the ball in his hands and he's got to do everything for 4 quarters. So if Michigan's able to turn this OU offense one-dimensional, then that's going to help them. And I think Underwood's going to do I think it's low scoring, but I think Michigan's going to do just enough to steal a road game tomorrow.
I still find it hard to believe 2 years into the hose drinker, he hadn't found a unbelievable running back from the state of Texas or Oklahoma yet. That really changes the fate of their program.
2 years. This is year 4 for the hose drinker, isn't it?
But they've always had some H-back, at least one of those years, H-back / fullback that slides out, catches a bunch of passes, does some big things. They don't even use an H-back anymore.
Yeah, OU is hoping that Jaden Ott, the Cal transfer, can give him a lift.
And he's healthy now. He didn't play in the first game.
He played, I think he played in 4 snaps last week.
Wow.
And didn't do much in 4 snaps, but like he's coming off of an injury. He was really good 2 years ago. He was not good last year. I think like everyone's saying he's the best running back in the portal. Like I didn't see it from him last year, so I'm not sure he's going to be that much of a difference maker this year. But yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy that Oklahoma fans are hoping is that running back you're talking about.
And their coach, and Michigan's coach gets to coach this week.
Yep, Sherwin Moore, the OU grad, will coach this week. And then his suspension starts next week. So he'll be out weeks 3 and 4. Yeah, of course. It's a big game. They're not going to let him miss the big game against his alma mater, but more importantly, a game that they don't want to lose. Game day there. Yeah. Come on. You got to have your coach there too. So there you go. All right. Different sides of that game. Buck, we got to get to this, this logo here.
Let me see. I got to see what this thing looks like, BK.
Quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. I feel like we should be able to sue the city of Austin for how dumb this is and how they're spending our money. I mean, this is out of control. Hecht Law Firm, your go-to personal injury attorney in Austin. I don't know if he's going to take this case, but he will take any personal injury attorney case or personal injury case that you have, any car wreck, any workplace injury. He has your back. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. He has been a fighter for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade, and he is going to work tirelessly to get you every dollar that you deserve. If you get hurt in a car wreck, don't fight the insurance companies alone. You're already going through enough trying to get healthy and trying to get your life back on track. Let Hurricane Hecht do the hard work for you. Let him fight the insurance companies to get you every dollar that you deserve. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is that he is going to get the job done. No legal fees unless he gets money in your pocket. 512-938-8929 or online at hechtlawfirm.com.
And of course, Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving New York-style pizza and that great Italian food, the Ciola family cookbook. Tony C's has been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years and locations at Highway 79 in Round Rock, Anderson Lane, and as I said, Bee Caves. Don't forget, 2 for Tuesday, 2 for the price of 1 pizzas at Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. All right. So the city of Austin has a new logo, Buck. Go ahead and show you what it is first. Here we go. There is the new logo for Austin. And
I could have done that.
Yeah, look, you might look at that and not, I don't know, maybe you don't have any strong feelings either way about this logo. And the city of Austin itself tweeted out yesterday, they announced it in a statement, we are launching our first ever brand aimed at improving our engagement with and service to Austinites. Apparently, the Austin City Council voted in 2018 to make developing a cohesive brand for the city a strategic priority. So this thing, they started working on this in 2018, Buck.
Wow.
We are almost at the end of 2025. This brand / logo will officially launch on October 1st, and it's just a new look for their digital assets and social media. And they're calling it a strategic modernization, not just a visual update. So that's that. How about this? This whole process to come up with this logo cost more than $1.1 million. Now,
who is the designer of this?
I don't know. I don't know who exactly.
It's not the company that does all the advertising, like for Want to Get Away or whatever it is. I mean, who's that? GSD and NBC or something?
GSD&M, one of the big.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do this for less. They would have done it for $500,000 probably. They would have come up with something better than this.
I would have done this for $5, Buck. I could have done this in 5 minutes. Remember, this took 7 years and cost more than $1 million. Here's the old logo, by the way. This is what they used to have. So, you know, a little more modern, what they're going with versus what they've had for a long time.
That looks like the Cub Scout badge.
I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. The new brand was shaped by feedback from community members and city employees. And this is the new city seal for Austin. Spent $640,000 on brand vendors, $115,000 on a public awareness campaign. Go ahead and pull up the new logo right here first while we're talking about it.
Looks like some of the turns at Circo the Americas.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's not the right one.
That's it right there. Oh, no, that's not it.
The memers are out. No, I don't think it's supposed to say autism. I believe it's supposed to say Austin. What about this one? Oh, see, there you go. We don't need this. Making fun of the tent camps, all the homeless that we have right here. Some people are saying that is what the new logo should be instead.
Oh, my goodness. You paid $1 million for that? Are you kidding me?
How about this one right here? And now we're talking. A little 40.
That's okay. There you go.
That's your 6th and I-35 logo right there. Little old English.
Yeah, that looks like that one. The blue one looks like the first turn at Coda.
You think so? Like the actual logo?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if I can find the actual logo now.
Because they got a big bank turn, a big high-rise bank turn.
Oh, no, wait. That's another tent joke. Sorry about that.
God.
Oh, man. Yeah, the people aren't real happy with this one. It's you could say it's just a logo, but look, it's the government. They spend money on random stuff all of the time, but like it's $1.1 million on this is pretty insane. They paid for, you know, software, public awareness campaign, support staff, and legal counsel, I guess, to make sure that this wasn't hurting any copyrights. And yeah, after 7 years,
all it's doing is hurting somebody's feelings. That's about it.
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, this is terrible right here. So, way to go, Austin. That's the new logo. We've got a Florida man story too to wrap up the show.
Well, tell me about him.
I keep promising this one. All right, let me pull this up. We've got a 28-year-old Florida man that is in the news, and we can bring on the fellas for this one. It's Double R and Wags for a Florida Man Friday. Gentlemen,
can we take time out real quick? Can I ask a question on that last story?
Sure.
Where's that money coming from?
Probably us.
No, live in Austin.
That was a
not coming from me out here in
Williamson County.
That came from the city. That came from the citizens of the city of Austin, right? They're paying for that money. That didn't just go to that. Somebody pocketed that money. ChatGPT came up with that in 5 seconds.
Probably right.
I am 100% right.
Yeah.
Somebody pocketed that.
You live in Cedar Park. Why are you complaining? You don't even. This isn't even your money.
Because it's theft. It's people doing dishonest shit.
Yeah. Have you seen the Round Rock logo?
And also, like, I don't know, my degrees in government. I got to shut up. My bad.
Round Rock logo, firm, guys, firm.
Ronnie, doesn't that look like the first turn at Coda? That blue one, that blue
like
mark.
Big Red. Yeah, it looks like Big Red. That big old sweeping turn one. That's exactly
it.
What
there you go.
Like. That's exactly what it actually looks like.
Man, thieves.
Looks like the recycling sign. Like where it says recycle. I got them squiggly lines. Anyway, sorry, BK, as you were saying. Florida man.
Yeah, let's Florida Man Friday this thing before we get out of here. Here is the title of this article, fellas. Florida man allegedly runs over foot model with car on their first date after she refused to let him smell her feet.
Oh, no, Florida man.
Come on, man.
Florida man allegedly runs over foot model with car on their first date after she refused to let him smell her feet.
Do we have a pic?
We've got a picture of the Florida man. I do not believe we have a picture of the Florida foot model here, but here is the Florida man.
Yeah.
28-year-old Elmoncy Sersel. E-L-M-O-N-C-Y. Are we going Elmoncy there?
Yeah.
I don't know if it
ran over her foot.
So here's what happened. He's a 28-year-old Florida man. He allegedly arranged a meeting on a dating app with the woman in a room at the Serena Hotel in the state of Florida, and he asked her if he could smell her feet and also buy her used sneakers.
Damn.
Assume that's the sneakers she was wearing at the time.
Man.
The model, who requested anonymity, you know what the hell I'm trying. That word's impossible for me, not for anybody else, apparently.
Anonymity.
She told the man that he would have to fork over $1,000 for the shoes and that she would have to go retrieve them from her car. He didn't want to do that. He didn't agree to the $1,000 rate.
How far away was the car? Where was
probably outside the hotel, I'm sure, in the parking lot.
Right outside
So
the door.
he doesn't agree to this hefty rate. The model goes in to use the bathroom inside the hotel room, and she said he just wanted to sniff my feet when he got there. Well, while she's in the bathroom, the model hears Florida man run out of the room, and she thought she had stolen something from him. So she ran to the parking lot where she allegedly saw Serschel driving in his car. He passed her. Then he does a 3-point turn, and he decides to run over her with his Mercedes SUV.
What? My Lord.
And then he fled the scene. And
just for a sniff?
Yeah. I mean, she required immediate medical attention, suffered road rash, bruising to her back, arms, and chest. It sounds like she was hit pretty hard. And they were able to get
What about
this
her
guy.
feet? She's a model. I'm a hand model, so I'm a little nervous about dudes like this looking at my hands.
I want to see the foot model.
Yeah, we don't get that, unfortunately.
I want to see the foot. I like feet. I love women's feet, but I don't want to smell them.
You're a foot guy, huh?
I love arches and pretty toes that are all in line.
Really?
I do like that, but I don't want. My wife has the most beautiful feet in the world. I mean, she could. I am trying to get her to do her own OnlyFans thing with her feet, but she won't do it. Like when I was on hard times, she's like, "So what? How's this OnlyFans thing work?"
No way. I feel like most husbands are terrified by the thought of their wives going on OnlyFans.
Yeah, dude.
If it puts money in my pocket,
you guys
boys.
have seen Katie's little toe or one of her toes, but it's like the ring finger of the toe. They won't. The rest of the toes won't let them in, or won't let that toe in. It's setting up like this or whatever. So.
Dude, I don't like feet. I'm not a foot. I'm a hand model. I don't like feet. I don't like other people's feet. I don't care to see them.
I don't want to smell.
I don't want to smell them.
I
don't want to see. I don't want to see them in sandals.
There's a lot of people that are in the feet, though. Like there's a lot of people that are in the feet.
We've got one on the show right now, apparently.
Yeah, a good arch, like a really. And I trace this back. There was this friend that I had. I was like in junior high, and as she was growing up, she had great arches. And I remember as a kid, arches on her feet, not like here or anything like that. And I remember noticing those feet, and I think that's where it started way back in like 8th grade. Nice feet. But I didn't never want to smell them. I don't want to smell them, and I sure shit don't want her.
You know, right? I do hands. I mean, I notice hands on women. If a woman has bad hands, I could never. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if they got meat hooks on them, Buck.
Oh no, I'd be like, no. Like, you got to have decent hands. You have to have nice hands.
Like
the model that I am right here.
Some of those ladies
to try to cut off my fingers. I do
gorgeous. You're like George Costanza as the hand model, Buck.
Yeah, I love hand. I love hand. I noticed that first, you know. Then I noticed that butt.
But some of those ladies, like with their thumb, that only have like half a nail. Have you seen those? Like on the thumb, it's only
that doesn't work. Those things don't work.
Yeah, it's like, what happened to the other part of your finger and your nail?
Oh God, you notice?
I got to start asking those questions.
You notice the hand before the ass, Buck? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my
Bucky should be a proctologist. He's
got
big old hands.
I got to notice that. I notice certain things, but I've never been a foot person. I never mind massaging feet. You know what I mean? Females' feet. I don't have a problem with doing that. But I never wanted to get it near my face. No.
Yeah, this whole story is pretty bizarre, right? The guy, like, there are plenty of times where someone will go on an app and arrange a meeting with someone in a hotel room, right? Like a guy and a girl doing that whatever, that happens a lot. But to smell feet and then to buy used sneakers.
No.
Yeah, I don't want that part.
I don't know if I've ever heard that one before, guys. And then he got so mad, hopefully she's okay. He ran her over.
Yeah, that's Come on, man.
Passion.
That's just mean. That's mean.
That is that's a bad bit right there.
What did he do? Did you go to Georgia? Is he a bulldog?
That's what I was gonna say. This dude, Jalen Carter's cousin?
No, he is Florida man, so you would assume he's on the other side of that Georgia-Florida rivalry, right?
Derek gets a little bit focused. I like that. So I can't think of what I think. I do notice the breasts first, and then honestly,
the first thing.
It's probably TNA first. Let's be honest. Let's be real. It's probably TNA.
I don't know about the areola.
The place I go to is probably the hair. I probably like the hair, and then the teeth. They got to have nice teeth. They got to have a set of teeth. Hell, I come from a town where you put them all together, you might have a full set of teeth.
Oh my God. All right, boys, I got to go make a trip.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah.
Wait, this is the
rock
this
wall.
Is like Travis.
It's a rock wall.
Rock wall.
Jesus, that's down out almost past Arkansas, man.
Oh, don't say that. I hate that trip. This is a long ride.
I got to go all the way to Collier tonight
this weekend.
Later, brother. Be safe.
There you go.
God, there he goes. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. This wonderful Friday, September 5th. Hey, we are in football season. We have made it. We are out of the dog days of summer. Baseball got you through it. Football is here, present, and we got hockey right around the corner too, man. It's all happening, man. We're back. We're back. We're absolutely back. Hey, week 1 of the NFL kicked off Thursday night. We'll have some breakdown of that. It looked like it was going to happen. It did. They got close. The boys got close. Philly helped them out a little bit with the clown show. We'll talk about that in just a few seconds. But we also got some college breakdown and preview to do for week 2 rather. Get into that with some analytics of San Jose State, if you want to call it that. If the boys don't win this by 3 touchdowns, I'll probably have a little bit of concern and complete honesty there at Double R. But anyways, he is Double R. I am Wags. Make sure you follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, brand X, and then the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. My partner in crime is the the Rodney R on brand X, and then the _Rodney R on Twitter /InstaFace. Hit that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. 512-222-9328 is the Dakota text line. If you were out and about, if you were going up the rock wall with Bucky, make sure you hit us up on there so to let us know what's going down. Hey, what's up, Double R? What do you want to get into first, amigo?
Hey, my man. Hey, by the way, check the private chat in our little thing there. I got to tell you, man, I woke up after a Dallas Cowboy loss, but damn, I feel a little bit better than I thought I was going to feel this morning, Wags. I wake up and my Cowboys were competitive. Look, we may have a head football coach here. We may have a football coach. Shoddy. I was singing the praises of Shoddy last night, man. That was a effectively managed game right there. And you run the ball and you come up a little short. You know what I think, Wags? The Cowboys defense is one edge rusher away from just being dynamic.
You mean like a dynamic edge rusher?
man, an edge rusher, if you had a crazy edge rusher that could cause havoc, and here's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Agent Zero. I said it the other day. When that dude comes back.
Overstone, that would be nice. It'd be nice to have both Parsons and him on the field too, right? But no, you got to make do with what you have. And look, in the first half, Double R, it looked like they really could have used him, right? I mean, Hurts was all over the field. I mean, he was being able to strike there. He wasn't getting moved off his mark. He wasn't even pressured. And then finally, they got to him late in the game. Was it the third quarter or fourth quarter when Dallas got the first sack?
It's right after the break. It was the first
after the break. Okay, so it was third quarter. It was third quarter. Yeah, and then how about that? We had a weather delay too to kind of, get you fired up and back up and rolling again, man. A little extension of the game. We're supposed to go to sleep a little bit earlier last night, but no, we had football till the dark day or till the early late light or midnight, or what do they call it? Candlelight, or what? Burning the midnight hours, burning the candlelight. Midnight oil, boom. That's what it is. Burn the midnight oil with football last night.
Hour and 25 minutes or so, I think is what that was.
That delay. I thought it was 50. I thought I've read 55 minutes.
Okay, maybe so.
I could have been wrong, but
yeah. Right quick here.
I'm a numbers guy. You know that. Numbers just float all around my head. God, you all got me fired up today. Can we go back to that fucking logo real quick? I know it's not my money, but think
before
about
we do that,
Boston, that's your money.
We can talk about that. I do want to talk about that. I know that BK and Bucky are like whatever, but I do want to talk about that.
That is outrageous, man.
But first,
if it can happen there, it can happen here. So you just got to be. My point is awareness, right? Just be aware of shit like that, like it goes down. Okay, and if you start to sniff that stuff out, get those people out, get them out. Because they're doing nothing but hurting the community by stealing your money, saying it got earmarked and went someplace else. Bullshit. We can't find money. How do you not have you have professional accountants? How do you not account for money?
Yeah, that's
I don't know. All right. Blood pressure's getting up.
Here we go.
Breaking news.
On a Friday. Chaos Theory today, 2 hours.
Oh, I thought you had real news.
That's
not real news.
People don't know that. The people don't know that. We didn't tell anybody. We go till 11 o'clock. Please stay on. y'all please stay with us, right?
Yeah, I'm reading comments now. I just read Rob's comment. I just feel for you guys. Like, I don't know. And also as a guy that has a degree in government, and I'm sitting on the sidelines, right? Because I don't want to be involved in that corruptness and that mess. And that's what it does. It tarnishes your soul. It really does. Like I just only needed to do an internship to find out that I didn't want to work in government. You know what I mean? Like that's it, dude. And then I was a field agent for a campaign, and that was it. Like that was all I needed to. Like I saw the deeds, the devil's getting made, and the devil's bed getting made, and I'm out. I'm not selling my soul.
Well, here's what the people in Austin need to do. If you really want to fix this, you go on a social media tirade, raise all kinds of hell, maybe even go protest peacefully over there, and get them to change it back. What's wrong with the old one?
No, you can't do that, Rodney. It's not about the logo. It's about the money being stolen. It'll take another $1 million.
Yeah, the money's gone. Yeah, because
change it back.
Yeah, because I saw the Cracker Barrel thing.
GPT generated that logo in 5 seconds.
That's what I was going to say. Quite frankly, that looks like something that my 3-year-old nephew could have drawn.
Awful, just awful.
Just draw a bunch of random shit, and it's like, oh, here it is. Oh, great.
Ridiculous. But we can 2-hour show. We can get into the Cowboys, break down some NFL all around the league, and then break down the college football scene all around the league. Then hey, maybe some fantasy football, man. We got some time. We got a lot of time. Maybe go to fucking Bed Bath & Beyond. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know if we'll have enough time. Actually, I don't know for Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know.
We usually go an hour and 10 minutes. Today we go 2 hours. An hour and 11 minutes sometimes. That's all right. We like to give those guys hell. You know what? Texas City
need a pee break. That's all. You know me. Like my bladders. And guys,
at 10 o'clock,
I can't lie. I was up early this morning. We were out running around, and then I even got a Mountain Dew this morning. So,
nice.
That's a big Mountain Dew. We've sucked down a lot of that thing. That's all. I swear it's not my pee. I swear it's not my pee.
All right, Tom Herman. 10 o'clock. I have to go unlock a door. 10 o'clock, I have to unlock the door. People tell me they're coming by the house, and I'm like, let me know when you're coming. I'll unlock the door. I don't need Wags. I'm so antisocial these days. I don't even answer the door. It's like, it'll be open. Just come in and don't bother me. If the on-air light is on in that room on top.
I can't do that. I have to have a shield, a barrier for the house. Like it's just a protection thing, man. Like the door always stays locked, which is weird because I did come from like a smaller town where everybody just walked through my grandmom's like house, right? But $20 would come up missing here and there, and I'm sure it was my mom each time, So
yeah, well,
all right. Where do you want to go first, dude? You want to stick with the big D, huh?
Kind of with that Cowboy conversation, because that really was, man, here I am. I was hook, line, and sinker yesterday. I had the Cowboy gear on, but I think there is, look, number one, you mentioned Jalen Hurts. I mean, with the, you know what I really noticed yesterday? I don't know if it was just the angle that they were showing him or whatever. I knew the dude was big. I see why that tush push works. I mean, I know the dude can squat 600 pounds and all this, that, and the other. That is one big hombre. That is a big bastard, Jalen Hurts.
He's not just big. He's also mobile, flexible, limber, agile, strong. Yeah. And then you got Saquon Barkley coming up behind you, aiding the drive or aiding the push, right? Looked like Dallas had a pretty good idea of how to stop that from rushing from the edges and trying to pull the pushers off the pile and seeing if they can get Hurts too. But you just, I mean, and it sounded from the audio that I picked up too, right? It sounds like whenever you hear a gold call, it's time to, gold stands for go maybe, or green stands for go maybe, for Philadelphia's audibles or the line changes, because as soon as they said gold, the next sound or the next movement they went on. So it's just something I picked up a little bit. Maybe I'm sure they're going to change it from the week to week. If dumbass is sitting here, hearing it in the audiovisual consultation studio and picking up on it, and, it's just trends too, right? If I'm picking up on it, I'm sure other people are picking up on it. So they're going to change from week to week. But yeah, last night, after gold, they were going on first sound or first movement after that. Yeah, it's hard to time that thing up and get to Jalen Hurts and pull the pushers off the pile, man. It's just tough, and you can see why the league wanted to roll that out. But I mean, I'd love to sit here and say man up, get lower, and try and stop the pile, but it's tough. I mean, you could ultimately get behind and try and equal the force, right? And then here's your thing, counterpoint to that. Once that gets adjusted, it's almost going to be like a rugby game to where they're just waiting for the scrum to move a little bit, and then if they can break out to the edge, they're gonna get the edge. It's gonna get chaotic. People are gonna try and yin and yang this thing or chop it up to try and fix it. We'll see how this arms race takes it, but it looks like it's unstoppable at this point still.
And the thing about it is that's where, and this is where I had to laugh. I mean, the first time that they executed the tush push last night, where it was like, I thought back to the Texas-Ohio State game with the tush push, to where it's like where Texas attempted to do that. And it's like Arch takes off and it's like, boom, like a cartoon, you literally see where those piles just, especially from those aerial shots, where that pile just goes, whoa, how they do that. And that's how's
it go again?
And it's like, God dang, but where it goes back to Matt Eberflus, and again, I'm singing the praises of Shoddy. I mean, the dude looked in total control.
I'm not that bad on Eberflus too, right? Like the first half was a disaster, right? But after the break and after halftime, honestly, after halftime, it looked like they were able to make some adjustments and get some things figured out.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, that's when you had the sack, and that's when they really started containing the run. That's what
it was for me when they were stopped. I mean, Saquon only went for 60, right? I think. Am I seeing that? Did I see that right?
That's probably about right.
Yeah, 61 yards. 61 yards.
Yeah, and for the Cowboys, I mean, with Javonte Williams,
60 yards. My bad.
Dallas ran the ball really good last night, really well as well last night, and that was the one thing that I asked last night. I said, "You give me 3.7 yards, 3.8 yards from Javonte Williams, I'm going to be happy. Give me what you've been able to do." He gave us 3.6 and scored 2 touchdowns. And that's, I mean, you got to be happy with that. You got to be happy with that. And this defense, again, with that huge missing piece that we're talking about. Again, I was joking.
You're playing one of the best teams in the league, man. Right. And of course, boneheaded clown move by Jalen Carter in the beginning of the 6 seconds into the damn game. But I mean, it's a different outcome if he's in there. Like, I don't think Dallas's ability to run the ball is as at ease as it was last night with Carter in there, clearly. But yeah, it's, man, like you let one, you had a chance to steal it. I'm gonna say steal it, right? You had a chance to take it, especially the unveiling and the celebration in Philadelphia, and chance to just spoil the night, man. And that's, I mean, division game first. I mean, get Philly now while they were able to be God, or I guess not be firing on all cylinders, if you want to call it that. But damn, it sucks. And look, where you guys were vulnerable at, you showed, or where Dallas was vulnerable at, it showed, right? But again, I got to credit Eberflus, man. Adjustments made at the half or at the turn there, and I thought Dallas looked like they were going to be able to capture this thing. A couple of drops, just uncharacteristic drops by CeeDee Lamb, and I don't know. I thought Dak looked fantastic last night.
Dak looked amazing last night. I got to tell you, that dude looks ripped.
Ferguson. I mean, and dude, did you see the play? All right, here. Let's talk about the spit. All right. Let's talk about Jalen Carter. All right. Because Jalen Carter kind of got baited. Okay. After going back and seeing it, I saw Dak in one. I'm prefacing this with Dak did nothing wrong. Okay. But he did get some feathers ruffled, or no pun intended, birds, no pun intended, but he did get some feathers ruffled. All right. Spits on the ground, and it might have been around like the midfield area, right, where the logo might be at. I didn't see that part, but he spit on the ground, or it's in the area of Jalen Carter, and then mumbled some words. I don't know what was said. It was enough to get Jalen Carter over there and piss him off enough to where the ref was right there, and he spit on Dak, and that's all it took. Lesson learned, it's usually the second dude anyways, right? And Dak didn't do anything wrong. He played by the rules and pissed someone off, and someone's, I want to call it, it's not ego. It's just I guess it's just their level of passivity, right? It's just their threshold, man. He crossed their threshold. He crossed the threshold. It pissed Jalen Carter off, higher than passivity limits, and enough to spit in him. Well, it wasn't in his face. It was on his uniform. But anyways, ref saw it and ejected him. Credit Dak. Dak knowing it and getting better. Or getting it. Yeah, there it is. Wasn't in his face. I don't know what he said to him. I mean, you can't see the things there, but that was after this. No, look, he spit on the shield, it looked like, or spit on the jersey.
Got him in the jersey, and the thing that you go back and when you really watch it is apparently it was talking shit to the rookie lineman. And again, I love the leadership quality from Dak. I love for Dak to sit there and stick up for his dude or whatever, but then to see Dak kind of smiling or whatever, I'm like, dude, good. I mean, that you're the leader of this team. I mean, that shows me some balls right there. I mean, I was really impressed with Dak last night, and I mean, to see him kind of take that role and to see the improvement in him, and it is, Wags. Every time that dude runs, I'm like, God, come on, ankle, hold on, just hold on.
Break it down for me. I mean, we got some time here, so we can carve this thing up. What did you like most about Dallas on offense last night, and especially what was more surprising to you? Were there any surprises at all?
The offensive line playing as well as they did. I mean, opening up holes where they're able to run the football as effectively as they did. I mean, I totally did not see that, because I thought Dallas was going to be, I think I mentioned yesterday, where it's going to be one-dimensional. You've got two really good wide receivers. You've got a tight end that's going to factor in, which he did, but then you even get Miles Sanders involved. Of course, he did have the fumble, which ultimately led to and great tackle by Dak there too. But Dak Prescott last night really looked like a field general to me. I mean, he was commanding the offense. I liked the reads that he was making. His throws were totally on target. I find it really hard to say that I'm getting on here after a Thursday night football game and say the Dallas Cowboys could have won the game if CeeDee Lamb could have made one of three catches. I didn't think that it would be me on a Friday morning saying the Cowboys fell to Philadelphia because CeeDee Lamb was the one that failed to make some plays. It was just, I would have maybe tried to find Pickens a little more, but honestly, Wags, the main thing for me is running the football. I did not expect that. So that gives me hope that this Tyler offensive line is going to be able to do some stuff this year. And then we didn't even see Jaden Blue. He wasn't on the field where he has that burst. He has that burst that we'd like to see. Really impressive, man. I got to tell you, I'm eating my words this morning. I'm eating my words about this Dallas offense, and Still shoddy. I can't quit talking about shoddy. Dude looked in total control. You looked at him on the sidelines. He never had that moment. I love the emotion before the game where he's, dude's in tears. He's only been waiting 28 years for this moment. God, man, that is so awesome.
I mean, I saw flashes of Marty Ball last night too, right? Now,
that running attack. Yeah.
I know that Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, it's not LaDainian Tomlinson out there, but it did, like, with some of the, some of the runs inside, and then especially the pitch. Oh man, the fake pitch and then or the fake run and then pitch to the outside. That was just visions of Marty Ball there, looking like little LDT coming around that corner there, man. But yeah, I don't know if they would have had that much success with Carter in the game. Clearly, I mean that's a hypothetical that needs to be out there. But I did like the approach that Dallas had. I thought for sure that they would have to extend, do extensions of the run through like the short passing attack, right? Like to utilize Ferguson and to get CD Lamb on slant routes and quick screens and stuff. That wasn't there. I mean, they didn't have to go on that. And of course, with Carter out of the game, your whole playbook opens up, and it was allowing Williams to eat inside the tackles. Dude, that first drive was fantastic. I mean, they were
amazing.
What was that recap there, as a matter of fact? I think the first drive was 6 plays, 53 yards, man. Of course, I thought it was very quick. I mean, only taking 3 minutes off the clock. And my whole thing was the entire night was, if you can keep Philadelphia, if you can just keep their defense on the field and just continue to wear them out, it doesn't matter what the score is going to be, because it was going to be a shootout. Hell, we were almost at the over-under mark at halftime, right? And then the game slowed down considerably after the break. And I guess people, muscles got stiff, muscles got tired or whatever, and a little bit of lethargic just set in. But nonetheless, it was a damn shootout. It was a barn burner in the first half. Look, man, they could have kept Philadelphia off the field just a little bit more and just worn them down a little bit. I didn't think they would have to go into 2-minute mode or whatever, where they're coming back and having to rely on CD Lamb to make some catches, man. I thought maybe they abandoned the run just a little bit too early. There was one play on the seat. It wasn't the last drive. It was the penultimate drive, right? Where they went they forced a 3 and out, and then I can't remember the play that they had, but it went for negative yards, and it kind of just bombed. It kind of bombed the was it a reverse or whatever? It might have been a reverse. But anyways, I think Guyton missed a block. Maybe it was Guyton that missed a block or whatever on the right side. And it allowed a tackle in the backfield and just kind of blew the play up. And then they were working on it was second and 11 or whatever. And it's pretty predictable after that, right? You're going to be passing. And then, of course, they turned into a 3 and out, and they had to punt. But they ended up getting the ball back. But it forced them to kind of speed up their offense. If they were able to keep Philadelphia, Philadelphia's offense off the field and just kind of wear that defense down a little bit more all throughout the game, I thought maybe they would be in a better spot to kind of drive it down and utilize that run and lean on that run a little bit more. But now they had to try and come back from behind through the air, and it just didn't work out for him. Ferguson, coming down and making that one-handed catch, I thought that was pretty nasty. CeeDee Lamb was great all night, just not in that last drive. That's what sucked. That's what's so misfortunate, right? And in moments, in clutch situations where that he's going to make those catches 9 times out of 10 nights, just wasn't there, man.
Yeah, what were we saying on Monday and Tuesday about the game last Saturday morning, to where it's like those mistakes and just those clutch moments, and it's just really odd that it was CD Lamb. And the other part about it is, I mean, he was wearing it. I mean, that dude.
Oh, sure, he was eating it. Yeah.
Absolutely. But
when you're paid that much, I think you have to.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And I think you see, after the game, he said, "I'm coming back."
I could say maybe the one ball that Dak threw where he had to reach it, like that last ball that Dak threw where he had to reach out and dive to make that, was a little bit tough, but still, like, it's CeeDee Lamb. Like, he is able to make that catch. So
yeah. I didn't see anything in the body language of that last one. I mean, that third down play, the one before, it's like CD, that is right there. You couldn't place that ball any better than what Prescott did there. But it's like I always, a lot of times when it's like you have a miss like that, I kind of like to see how the receiver reacts. And after CD dives and hits the ground or whatever, he bounces up, and it's like, God damn, I should have had that. It wasn't this look of frustration towards his quarterback. And again, Dak was like, it is what it is. But Dak just looked in full command last night, and he's worked hard. He looks great. Again, he's another one. I don't want him moving around. So the running back room, seeing between the tackles, being able to
when Dak moves around, I think you guys are better. Honestly, I think it keeps the defense off balance, and it doesn't allow them to settle in and kind of rifle in on Dak and hone in on him, and it allows Dak to kind of be aggressive and put the be on offense. And when you're offensive and they got to react to you, I mean, now you're dictating the flow of the game, right? And that's what the field general is supposed to do. If you just sit back and let the defense come at you all night, it's going to be rough. And I thought the plan of attack moving forward against a defense like that was to be aggressive. I thought Dak looked fantastic. If that's the way that Dak is going to play throughout the rest, if that's an indicator of how he's going to play throughout the rest of the season, and again, I know the campaign's very young; it just kicked off, right? But that was flashes of like MVP Dak. I don't want to give a hot take like that. I mean, he didn't even throw a touchdown last night, but he didn't throw a pick. He didn't,
That's what I kept waiting for. I was totally ready.
There was almost through one or two, but I mean, he looked like he was pressing. It looked like, and that's just it. There were narrow pockets that he was forcing that damn ball into, right? And only putting them where the Dallas receiver could get them.
Yeah, that's what's more frustrating about the CD thing, to where with CD, the three, well, I guess he had four, but three of them, were pretty pivotal, to where it's like, you could have had those. I mean, even the last one, it was where only he was going to get it. And I pulled up the comment right there about Longhorn Bear about the hour delay. I tell you, if you're a Cowboy fan, that could not have been at a more perfect time for that game to get delayed, because that's when Miles Sanders had fumbled.
Yeah, that was right after the fumble, right?
It was right after the fumble. And, after that happens, here come the Cowboys out, and that's when they finally are able to bottle up the run.
That was a sack and then a 3-and-out right there, right?
Yeah, that's when they bottled up the run. Seriously, the only not problem, but the only thing that I go back and I look at Matt Eberflus is you pretty much know the tendencies of that quarterback that you were playing against last night. There wasn't anybody free. There wasn't a spy to go kind of chase that dude around. And when Hurts makes the one touchdown where he goes to the left and just dives into the end zone, there's not anybody within 2 or 3 yards of that dude. It's like, how can you let him break open that free?
It's so hard to contain them and play that good for that long. That offense is just that dynamic. Rodney, they did great stopping AJ Brown, right? They did great. They did great containing Smith too. Yep. Like, they let Goddard eat, and of course, like, Goddard's going to get those tough matches. And whoever had Goddard last night, I mean, I think you're in pretty decent shape for fantasy. I think he was, how many times was he targeted? I'll go back to the stat sheet in a second. But Goddard had a pretty decent night too, just coming up with big catches, big plays, being able to move the sticks and extend the drives, right? Those are killers for the defense too. And not just you talk about emotions a lot in this game too. Like when you're third down and you're on defense and it's like 3rd and 3 and you're trying to get off the field, and then you got the run stuffed, it's there, but all of a sudden just a play action or a quick hitter, just a vulnerable hole in the middle of your field right there to a tight end, and it's just for 4 yards and it's enough to get the sticks. Damn, that's draining, man. It's just like I don't know, hand goes on the hips and you're like, you know what I mean? We got to start this thing right back up and fire it up on first down, and hopefully we can get a TFL here and try and get some negative yards. But God, it's just a mind killer, dude, right? And it's even worse when it's on offense or when it's done by the run, right? But I don't know. Dallas, after again, I'll credit Eberflus, man. After the break, dude, Dallas looked like they figured out some things on offense, or excuse me, on defense for him. And to only allow or contain Saquon Barkley 60 yards. Now I know that I understand that hurt you too. No, God, I hate that I just did that. Hurts was able to get you to getting around the end, sneaking around the end there. But I mean, it's one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in the in the league. And are people sold on him yet? I know that a couple of years ago, people were just like, he's a flash in the pan. He had one good season, yet he's not really that great of a fantasy quarterback. This dude just leads in fantasy all the time, man. He's just, especially in a QB run league. My God, QB run league, meaning you get bonuses if the QB runs in instead of passes. But still, it's lights out. I'm in one of those leagues. It's just like, and big shout out and credit to Nick. All right. I also picked up Turpin. Turpin. Never had that draft last night.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
We were able to finish it and get it out. 12. I got Turpin in the 12th round last night, and it looks like. And remember, Nick, a couple weeks ago, Nick said it looks like they were going to get Turpin involved into this offense a lot more than just in the return game. It looked like he was going to be involved in the passing game too. Turpin was, man. He got me 9 points. 9 points last night in fantasy. I didn't start him, you know what I mean? But still, like, it's nice to see that if that's the route they're going to go, if I have one of my wide receiver ones go down, I can, supplement it with Turpin and hopefully be a little bit okay.
Turpin and Tolbert really do have an opportunity here with the dual threat that you have, that Dak Prescott has there. And again, I think that as the season goes on, Pickens will become more involved with the offense. But I mean, those two are the breakout guys that I think can really stack up a lot of fantasy points and can, quite frankly, make big plays for this team. But, and over on the defensive side, what I liked last night is, I mean, I know
Turpin only had two catches, well, 2 targets and 2 catches, but still, like, 9 points.
Yeah.
I'll take the 9 points.
The run was gouging, but I mean, again, you look at Saquon Barkley, you look at Jalen Hurts, that's really hard to stop. But I got to tell you, with this defense, obviously you're missing number 11, but you didn't see a lot of fundamental breakdowns. You didn't see a lot of missed tackles. You didn't see a lot of scheme blown coverages or any of that. It really seemed like it was up to par. And I think God, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, early on after week 1, it kind of looks like this idea of what the Cowboys have done here with this defense of stacking a bunch of guys that have come from other places on 1-year contracts and doing all these different things. I mean, Kenneth Murray, Malik Hooker, Solomon Thomas, Sam Williams, these guys that we really, they may not be household names. They've got themselves a pretty damn good little rotation here of guys that can go in there and make big plays and make stops. And like you said, after that break, the way that defense came out with that tenacity and able to stop that running attack, it's got to give you some pretty damn good hope right there watching.
Like, I didn't really see them dial up much from the defense in terms of like trying to get pressure either in the first half, right? Like, I thought like that was the big thing that Eberflus did in the second half too. That kind of, was the telling tale of the defense, right? Like, I thought he was just kind of sitting back and, giving a kind of vanilla type of looks, for Hurts, and Hurts was able to eat that up. And then I think, in the second half when they were able to dial it up and get a little bit more aggressive. I mean, hey, and key point to the what's the takeaway of this conversation, right? If you're aggressive on the field, usually that's going to work out for you. Okay. Yeah. Like, again, like I'm always for the one or subscribe to the ideology of be on if you're on the offense, and not just on offense too. Like if you're on defense too, force the offense's hand, right? Make them react to you. If you can get anyone reacting to you, you've already got the advantage because you're you're dictating the play or dictating the flow. That's just I don't know. That's my thought process on it.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, man. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We mentioned the secondary yesterday. Again, the secondary was, I mean, I know they gave up some, that they did give up some, but like we talked about, A.J. Brown, 1 catch, 8 yards is all that he had, and he was shut down to the final quarter of that game. I mean, obviously Dallas Goedert, and again, that's across the middle right there, but the secondary was solid. There are good pieces in place. So I'm a hell of a lot more optimistic to where it's like, because I got the comment earlier to where it's like, okay, you're kind of cementing a loss just like you did last week with Texas. I'm like, no, but my Texas expectations were here. My Dallas expectations.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it was house money, right? Like I was expecting. Now again, they're pros, right? I wasn't expecting like a 2 touchdown. I mean, it could have gone that way, honestly. Dallas could have lost by 2 touchdowns, but I was expecting them to keep it within at least 7. And hell, man, it was right there for a wrong team favored, man. It was right there for a WTF moment on kickoff on the kickoff night, dude. Yeah, just a couple of drop effing balls, and it sucks because I got CD Lamb too. CD Lamb got me.
I got him too.
13 and a half points last night. He could have got me probably 20 something if he would have caught those balls and went to the house. Now I do think like the first throw that Dak had on CD put it right on the 88, man. I mean, when CD was crossing and doing that deep post, there was I forget the other guy that was next to him though. But again, like it was enough to almost run the defenders off. And it was like in the breadbasket of CD Lamb, dude. I can't stress that enough. It hit the 88s, man. It almost seemed like I was going to say that it almost hit the pads before it hit CD Lamb's hands first, but I did see it hit the hands. He just couldn't secure it when he was trying to bring it into the damn to the chest there. But it's just it's an anomaly of a play. CD usually makes those catches, and you can't throw it any better than what Dak did. I thought Dak was fantastic last night. Pinpoint precision, put it on a platter, just wasn't able to come up with a win. I think you guys are going to be okay, though. We had Dallas in the bottom of we had them in the bottom of the basement. We still got to stick with that, right? We got to eat that. But I ultimately, I think they're going to finish ahead of the Giants after what I saw last night. If things hold up, they looked bad the first half with being vulnerable and not being able to get to the quarterback and some holes in the defense. But again, credit Eberflus has to get credit for that. He's got to.
Yeah, it's really I tell you, man, to sit here and say, man, it was right there for the taking. And if it would have been for CD for a couple of catches, that's not something that I thought I'd be saying.
Scholes is dead on here, right? That last pass to CD. No, he had to dive to get that, right? CD could have made that catch, but still, like he still had to dive to lay out and get that ball. But
yeah,
the first pass that Dak had was money, was absolute money, and that should have been there. Where do you want to go from next? We can come back to Cowboys in second hour, but
we can come. I'd like to kind of touch on the Jalen Carter thing. I mean, that's obviously one where Philadelphia.
We'll come back to it, but we got the rest of the NFL to kind of. Hey, we got a spin wheel.
Got a game tonight.
We got a game tonight. We got a spin wheel too that we missed yesterday. We got to do a make good for that and move that to Monday.
Oh, today is Friday, isn't it?
Today's Friday, so we got to spin. We were supposed to spin the wheel yesterday and do a top five.
Oh,
which would have came in handy.
Yeah, it's football season. Yeah,
but we still do.
We were distracted. We were distracted.
Yeah, but we still got to do our top fives.
Oh yeah, we got to do that. We also got to talk about Covert Bee Cave. CovertBeeCave.com.
Right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Be sure and check those folks out if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. You can find it this weekend. Early game. 11 o'clock game. Check the game out. Get online today. Look for the inventory that you're looking for over at Covert Bee Cave. And again, you've got this massive dealership, 7 different brands of cars, 3 service bays, all of that out there in beautiful Bee Cave. Figure out what you want today. Get on the phone, call them up, let them know you're coming after the game. Super easy. But enough of me talking about it. Here's Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Football season is officially here. This is, last week was nice. Last week was really nice, but now you add the NFL. So you started last night all the way to Monday. You're going to be going and watching live football, and you're probably going to be watching replays of it all next week until we fire this thing off all over again. Hell, there's massive high school football tonight that you can watch all of that on your system provided by Audio Visual Consultations. 37 years, friends. Since 1988, AV Consultations has been taking care of not only football fans. There are a lot of folks that have these AV consultation systems for things other than sports. I don't know how that's even possible. I pretty much just watch sports in the AV consultation studio. But for 37 years, they've been taking care of folks just like you. And a lot of these places where you're going and spending your hard-earned money to watch those games, AV Consultations has set up those systems too. Get that in your place. Stay at home. Stay in the comforts of your own home. Sit with your pets and watch it from the comfort of your own couch. AV Consultations, 37.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, loaded football weekend. You get Red Zone with commercials for the NFL. You get all of that, man. The new normal. There's a hell of a debate going on X where one of them talking heads said, what do you mean? If you only watch football on Red Zone, you're not a real football fan. You've got to watch complete games. I watch both. I do watch a lot of Red Zone. Yeah,
but with audio-visual consultations, you can have it on.
You do both. Yeah.
Like one TV gets dedicated to Red Zone. Actually, that's not true. One TV gets dedicated to either the Giants game or game of the week that's there, so I can see that. And then the other team or the other TV gets Red Zone, and then the rest of the four. So
yeah,
that's throughout the week. But downstairs, it's Red Zone. So.
What I found that I like to do up here is I'll have, whatever I'm going to watch over there, the Cowboys, for example, on a regular Sunday. And then like with the red zones, I'll have red zones both on behind me, but I started out and then I pause one for about 30 seconds. So one of them is about 30 seconds behind, so it's like you've got dueling. I do that with the car racing also, to where it's like I pause one for 30 seconds and then, it really gives it, I think it's kind of just goofy, nerdy thing to where you have that effect of like at the arena where you've got the banner going around you.
Yeah, no, I got you. I got the comments pulled up real quick. I'm seeing some of these comments from earlier in the show here. Coffee, you got to go with coffee. So here's the problem. I usually do go with coffee, but coffee kind of makes there's something about the caffeine that's in coffee and coffee bean. It makes me have to poop immediately.
Makes me poopy as soon as I'm done. Yeah.
I mean, it's like we have to go. And I needed a caffeine fix immediately, and I was going to be on the road. So I'm just like, all right, if I'm, and we've been getting stuff going with this car too. Doing the brakes and everything, making sure.
Oh yeah, you having car problems? I know you had
problems. Just having to fix some issues real quick before, we got to do it, before Reed goes into work because we only have the 2 cars now. So, Katie had to drop me off yesterday and then bring me back real quick. So, yeah, it's just timing and inconvenience. That's all it is, man. But I wouldn't say it's problems, or I'm not having car problems. We're just trying to upgrade parts and get things fixed because paranoid dad over here thinks that there's bad brakes and he doesn't want his kid to have an issue or whatever.
Yeah,
and when he should be taking care of that, I'm the one that's taking care of that. You know how I am, man.
Never going to change.
You're the same way with your girls, so
that's never going to change. My kid calls me up. She's 25 years old. She calls me up and she's like, "My steering wheel's shaking." I'm like, "All right, what'd you hit?" I mean, you hit something.
Something.
You hit something.
Now, you see, like, I'm not stupid. Like, I did it, and I do checks. Like, I do checks around the car, right? The license plate is bent up. You know what I mean? There's marks on it. Like,
yeah,
I'm not stupid. You know what I mean? And also, like, I was 17, 18 before too. I just the only thing I preach, Rodney, is be safe and smart. And if you're gonna go out and do something stupid, lock the car up, give me a call,
take a boober,
take an Uber. If you don't have money to take an Uber, man, call me. Like you're clearly not going to get in trouble for it. Like I want to be able to talk to you tomorrow. That's all.
Yeah. My daughter, the oldest daughter, of course, my youngest daughter used to be this way too when she had an older car, but when she got her new job, she like did this amazing savings thing and now has a brand new car. It's so funny where like my youngest daughter, her old SUV that we gave her, my God, you looked inside that thing, it looked like that dump in Creedmoor.
Like a bomb.
Yeah. It's like, what happened in here? It's like there's like all the shit in there, shoes, high heels, dresses, I don't know, tampons, not used, but just laying around. She gets this new car and I get in there, shit, it's cleaner than my car, Wags. I'm like, damn. But my other daughters, her license plate's like this too.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. No, I didn't hit anything.
So that's just it. Like once I see the license plate, then I start looking for other shit. You know what I mean? Like if I see something, I'm gonna start looking for other. And then there's a dent here. Not like a huge dent, just like a little like somebody might have been leaning against the car or whatever. And then I'm looking on the hood to see if anybody was partying or standing on or dancing on the damn hood. And, so I still got to drive the damn thing around whenever I get a chance, and that's just it. Whenever I get a chance, like how did this happen? How did it go from me not having a nice ride? I used to drive really nice cars, and now I drive a lawn. I don't even drive a lawnmower. I push a lawnmower. I don't even have a riding lawnmower.
It's so funny with the thing with the alignment and all that. We're both girls where they would be like, I don't know why the car pulls to the right or whatever. I don't know why when I hit the brakes everything shakes and it's like, and I'm not going to tell them this, and they don't listen to the show. They don't want to hear me talk. They haven't listened to me their whole lives. Where you go and you look at the tires and you see the light ring around the tire, from rubbing the curb.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't hit nothing.
Or the rim scraped.
The rim's all chewed up.
All telling signs. I mean, he doesn't pay attention to shit.
I didn't hit nothing. Yeah. I'm like, just don't hit somebody. Just don't hit somebody is really the
where you want to break down the game tonight? We're going down to São Paulo or Sao Paulo, São Paulo.
Brazil.
Brazil.
Going to Brazil. Who is it? Kansas City and the Chargers.
Yeah, I would expect like San Francisco to be down. Usually, like San Francisco's got more of a Latin following, or Arizona has a Latin following. I would assume, just because usually those two teams are the teams that have been doing the South American tour the past couple of years. Maybe that's why too. Maybe they're trying to get some more exposure to the rest of the league. But of course, some great exposure to do that with is the Kansas City Chiefs here taking on the LA Chargers. I was getting ready to say San Diego Superchargers. LA Chargers. Do they get it off their back and finally start making or I shouldn't say get it off their back. Do they stop stepping on their own? And start winning here, because they got all the tools. They've had the tools. Justin Herbert's seems to be a fantastic quarterback. And then all of a sudden, when it's time to clutch up, it's like Mr. Glass, dude. No pearls come. It's kind of like disappointment.
Lean hard on Ladd McConkey tonight. I think there's something that we'll see from Harbaugh on this offense. And the thing about it is, we can talk about it like an early season, big matchup like the game last night. This is divisional stuff. The big thing of Dallas losing last night is you're a game in the hole when it comes to the division. So this is no non-con bullshit right here. So I think this is a great
because it's killer because losses count regardless in the NFL. And then when you have the divisional loss, that's double. That's two.
Yeah, that's where when you get the college versus NFL and all that, it's like nothing changes in the NFL. It's still that way. But I mean, I think, like I said yesterday, Wags, I just can't bury Kansas City. And even if they come out and drop this one tonight, which I don't think they will, there's going to be a lot of, when you want to talk about you send over, I wonder if Taylor's going to be there. You want to talk about a place going crazy? If she shows up at Sao Paulo, that'd be bigger than Formula One.
I don't know if she's going to make that trip. Actually, what am I saying? I mean, is she on the? You would know. Does she have any tour dates? Is she touring right now? Is she able to go to her man's for? It's the NFL kickoff. She has to go.
Yeah. How do you not take her to that?
She's probably playing. Is she not playing?
She's playing two below. She's playing two below. If you know what I mean.
Jesus, Rodney.
I think Kansas City's going to come out a little flat. I think Kansas City's going to come out a little flat because we want them to. And we want this game one to be like we're with the Cowboys. We're like, holy shit, I can't believe the way the Cowboys came out. I mean, the Cowboys are surprising me. I think if Kansas City comes out a little slow and loses this game, it's going to be like, oh, man. Talked about how the West was going to be Denver and San Diego or whatever they are, the Chargers. Kansas City's done, and then they'll just start their march again, Wags. But
I don't think Kansas City's done it all. I think Kansas City's going to come out with some fireworks. I think Kansas City's going to have Worthy. I mean, what's the prop bet on Worthy tonight? Getting the 60-yarder or a 40-yard touchdown. It's probably a 40-yarder and above, I would think. I'll have to look at that, but yeah, like whether you're on Prize Picks or whatever you're on, man, Underdog Fantasy or it's hell. Look at the prize or look at the prop picks on that and see where Worthy's at tonight. I'm sure take the over on Worthy is what I'm saying. I don't know. Like James is pretty damn nasty, right? He's a good safety, so we'll see how that secondary is going to be for the Chargers there. I'm team Kansas City tonight. I'm pretty sure Kansas City is going to handle business.
I think you get a healthy dose of Isaiah Pacheco. I don't know what the weather is like over there. I don't usually check Brazil weather, so I probably should do that. I don't know if we're going to have a mutter or another. What if we have another hour delay in this one?
I doubt it. And I'm expecting the game to kind of actually go well. No, I was going to say kind of go quick. I would think that the same approach that the Chargers would have or the Dallas would have to Philadelphia. They want to keep the Chiefs offense off the field, right? And kind of wear down the defense as much as possible. We're talking about Herbert, and I know he's a fantastic quarterback there, right? But Harbaugh's like bread and butter has been run the ball, right? Now I know that he's a quarterback guru too, but he relies on ground and pound and controlling, the play clock, or not the play clock, but the time of possession, right? You do that, you also, you can dictate the game, you dictate the flow, and then you wear down the defense, right? And I think if you do that and, not allow Kansas City to dictate the pace of the game first and foremost, where you get off and they got out in front and they're already 7-0. And that was the thing with Dallas last night too, right? It's like they had to keep up. They had to keep pace. If they didn't score on every possession, it's like they were going to come up short. They couldn't make any stops. As long as Kansas City can, find some 3 and outs, right, to where they're being forced off the field by that defense there of the Chargers, then maybe this is game. But ultimately, if you're Harbaugh, you have to dictate the flow or dictate the pace, and to do that, it's usually with running the ball and trying to stay ahead of the sticks. I know that's old coach talk, but I mean that's just how it is with a team that's so geared up and wired up like Kansas City is, man.
Still works, right? It's like it's.
Well,
funny.
I mean, that's just you don't go away with, like, if it's broke, don't fix it, right? If that's the recipe, bake the same damn cake. I don't care how it tastes.
Yeah, and with Kansas City, it's kind of obviously Pacheco is going to be the go-to, the workhorse back there, but Kareem Hunt's still hanging around. I mean, that dude's still on the roster. And by the way, Elijah Mitchell, remember that dude? He's a running back.
I just don't think
he's in that room.
I just don't think anybody can cover Worthy here, man. I just don't. And it'll come down to field conditions too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Worthy's.
I'm expecting a soccer. This sounds crazy, but this is like the stuff that goes through my head. I'm expecting because it's fantasy related, right? I'm expecting a soccer field, and usually those soccer fields don't hold up. And the lighter players tend to do better on those fields, right? The heavier players, usually it's sloppy. They can't get their footing that well. I'm expecting a big night from Worthy. Hopefully a big night for Worthy if Mahomes can get him the ball. That's why I'm taking the over on the props, man.
And I think
I got to look that up on Underdog. I got to look up the Underdog prop on Xavier Worthy.
I think you get a productive, or you could get a productive night out of Hollywood Brown. Hollywood Brown's a dude that could draw some really good coverage right there, and that's where there's such a focus there on these other guys. And Hollywood Brown, and if you get a soft field, if you get a short field, a mutter, as they say in horse racing, not whore racing, horse racing. If you get that, that's where the groom to be. That's where the groom to be can be so effective. If you can get him over the middle and kind of do some of the stuff that we saw from Dallas Goedert last night.
46.5 the total right now.
Ooh, that's kind of high, especially if
I would think that's kind of low for these two.
Yeah, maybe it is kind of low.
I was expecting like a 50 mark.
Yeah. That's the thing. I do want to see field conditions. I'd like to see a good old slugfest. I'd like to see a good old slugfest between these two. If they get into a slugfest, Kansas City going to win.
I don't want to see a slug. I want to see a shootout. I want to see a little Quentin Johnson get, behind the defense. I want to see Xavier Worthy get behind the defense. Like, that's the type of game that I want to see tonight. I want to see some sacks here and there. I want to see a defense score. I'd love to see a defensive touchdown, but I want to see I thought we were in the makings of a crazy wild NFC East matchup last night. It looked like the first half was going to be that way, and then it after the break, after the rain delay, it got really slow, really stale. Right, Friday night lights, Friday night fights. I want the doors blown off of this damn thing, especially in Brazil. I want Worthy to go off, and I want some Quentin Johnson to go off too. Right, like that's what I want. I know you're saying Ladd, give me Ladd, but it's time for QJ to actually make my fantasy pick. Because I took him over Gibbs, and that was the dumbest fucking move I've ever done in my career of fantasy. But I needed a wide receiver at the time. I had already had Bijan Robinson. That's my justification. I should have took best player on the board. Oh my God.
Well, and this is a good call from Rob, because we're talking seriously. The field condition thing is really a big deal, because you do look at these, and it's very different. I mean, it's funny when I started getting into dirt car racing, to where it's like, oh, the dirt's different. I'm like, what do you mean? But like when you start talking about field conditions, and maybe that's why they would send Jacksonville to all these overseas games, to where it's like, oh, somebody gets hurt on the Jaguars, big fucking deal.
I thought maybe that was just the relationship that Jacksonville's owner had with the rest of other owners and other league officials out there. I thought he could network a lot better in Europe, or at least that's what I thought. He was able to expand the NFL brand a lot better, I thought.
But this is, I mean, seriously, when you do want to talk about expanding the brand, I mean, when you send Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce, I mean, when you send those dudes to Brazil right there, that's a big push. You can have a 7-3 ball game, and people are going to be like, oh, great game. You know, we got to see Patrick Mahomes.
But also too, like that's another thing too. Like it's Brazil, right? Like when I think of Brazil, I think of Carnival. Am I saying that correctly? Carnivale?
Yeah. You got it.
Carnival, or is it just Carnival?
Carnival.
Like, that's. I think there was an actual play called Carnivale. I might be wrong.
Yeah, it's like carne guisada, but Val.
Okay.
Carnival.
Anyway, El Gringo here is trying to talk.
Gringo.
El Gringo here is trying to speak Latin stuff. So
El Gringo.
Anyway, is that what it's called? El Gringo? I don't know.
No, you got a white dude.
Yeah, El Gringo is trying to speak,
some places
Latin
they say
language.
cracker. Barrel. Hey, Wags, from that, here's a good one right here. The Juju line. Didn't even mention Juju. That's the thing where you look at the Kansas City depth chart. When you really look at that, it's like, oh, I forgot that dude was still there. You know, like Kareem Hunt, Juju Smith-Schuster.
Like, when's the last time Schuster's been relevant?
Yeah. The fucking dude's still hanging around.
I mean, like, but he would fit that, or he would fit that type of offense or Miami's offense, right?
Yeah.
Like that's exactly the type. Like he's almost like a schematics guy or a scheme guy, right?
Yeah.
Like I guess I don't know. There's certain offenses that some people fit in too. So I don't know.
In Kansas City,
there's some carbon copy players, and there's some focal point players.
Yeah, and Andy Reid does such a great. The Chiefs do such a great job to where they have these guys, and it's like when they get called upon, it's like they make a play, and that's why Kansas City just doesn't go away. Where it's like you can never just say, okay, that they're missing this, that, or the other, because like boom, here comes whoever and makes a big play, and that's again well-oiled machine, man.
Sure,
well-oiled machine, and that's why they continue, and that's why I can't. As much as I think Denver is going to win the West, I just can't say Denver's going to win the West. Because
I'm definitive, man. I'm leading that charge. I was strong with it yesterday. I'm staying strong with it today. Give me Denver all day. Give me Denver.
Yeah.
Of course, watch the Chiefs come out and blow the doors off of this thing. I'll be like, oh my God, I don't know, dude. If the Chiefs are going to play like that, but 3.5 right now is what they're laying. 3 and a hook. You good on that? You take that?
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, I will take that.
I think I'm with you here. If I'm calling this into our cousin here, because we can't do sports booking here in Texas yet. We can do props, but we can't do sports booking. So we got to call Al.
You can DM Wags on the X, and he'll do it for you. Message on the X, because that's not like this,
No, there's some people from back home that kind of know the other side of me, and when you say X, that's 1990s at Wagner on X. That's a different type of thing. Like
I just got that. I saw
okay,
what you did right there.
So we got to be careful with our phrasing here, amigo. All right.
Twitter.
There we go. Brand
Yeah.
X. Okay, Brand X or the X. There we are.
That coded text line. So the Juju line at 20.5 receiving yards. I mean, he may have one catch for 30. Yeah, hell yeah, take that.
I don't know if it'll probably be like a 15 break a tackle and then maybe get there. And that'll probably be late ball game. What's the weather looking like here?
Isn't that the thing where it's like it all depends on what the weather. While you look for that, also on the Coda text line, and you guys feel free to check in. Circuit of the Americas text line 222-9328. Our man Michael C, the great Michael C. By the way, Michael C. Sunday, weather permitting, 9 to noon at Q2 Stadium. The Austin FC and the company I work for are putting on a car show, and we're expecting about 300 badass vehicles. If you don't have anything to do before the NFL fires off from 9 to noon, come on out to Q2 Stadium. Massive car show going on. I'll be out there. Look for the tent. You know the color of it. It's the color of money. Love to shake your hand and talk some sports. That's Sunday, 9 to noon at Q2 Stadium. If you need a brake job done or any auto stuff, Michael C. says you go get the parts. I know a great parts store right near your house, and he'll hook you up right there, man.
Hold on, I'm looking up Sao Paulo on the weather app because they don't have the breakdown or forecast on ESPN here for their analytics. So give me 1 second.
You better have a VPN and all this. I know when I was in Mexico and it was like I wanted to watch sports in Mexico. It's like you need a VPN. I'm like,
I got a VPN on here.
Yeah.
I got a VPN on my home network and on my phone.
Excellent. Yeah,
I don't play it during the show because it slows the show down and slows the broadcast down.
Exactly. He'll be playing the Rashee Rice role. Yeah, I think so. I think that is where Juju will get that, and not just tonight. I mean, I think that's going to be his spot.
All right, so it's going to be. Ooh, no! All right, no rain, no rain at all. Looks like a clear sky. Looks like everything's going to be good down there. No torrential downpours. So expect the weather conditions not to be a thing at all. Expect nice weather, decent weather, I would say.
I bet it's going to be humid. If you have that slight, you're going to have a little bit of a front.
But I mean, who would that? I guess it would benefit LA, or it benefit the Chargers a little bit more, right? Because they're kind of used to that. Isn't it perfect around that area? Like, isn't the weather just perfect all the time? So
I wonder how close they are.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this contest is. Wags, I didn't realize what time it was. I need to step out for 1 minute. I gotta go unlock the door and let some random stranger in. I'll be right back.
But a big fantasy breakdown though, real quick though. If you have Worthy, I think you're going to be absolutely fantastic tonight, right? Like, I'm expecting Mahomes to probably get over 255, maybe around 300 on this defense, and then Worthy to go for 6 or 7 receptions, and then I'm expecting at least over a century mark for Worthy. Big game for Worthy here. I saw that Schuster is supposed to be supplementing the Rashee Rice spot, but I mean, I'm not sure how much of an X factor or how much of a threat that Juju Smith-Schuster can still be. This could be a great, come to life or reinvigorating of his career, like just rejuvenating of his career, right? If that's the case, I don't think he's owned still in much leagues, or the ownership on Juju Smith-Schuster shouldn't be high on most leagues. Maybe just put a little pinpoint on it and come back to it. I don't think it's worth, wrecking your lineup for a chip, a chair, and a prayer on Juju Smith-Schuster, right? Because as soon as the suspension's done, it's going to insert Rashee Rice, and then just the cogwheel of, or not even the cogwheel, like the explosion of this offense is just going to pick back up again. And that's the thing too, right? If Kansas City fans, if they struggle or they seem slow out of the gate, just remember their offense isn't going to be firing on all cylinders. We have left out a huge name out of this entire conversation, and I guess we talked about him in the beginning of the conversation, but Travis Kelce, right? Take props on Travis Kelce tonight too. Like, that down year, absolute down year for Travis Kelce. That from the last, arguably the last 2 seasons almost, right? Expect the bounce back year for Travis Kelce. What's up, Double R? Expect a bounce back here from Travis Kelce. I'm expecting big things from Travis Kelce. I don't know if he goes over the century mark, but I am expecting at least 5 receptions from Travis Kelce tonight, man. Big time receptions too.
And I think the biggest reason that we could see a bounce back from him, this may be it. I mean, I know it's kind of a joke or whatever, but I think that whether Taylor Swift's involved or whatever in his life, that he's kind of getting to the end of his career. And you obviously want to go out on a bounce back. And I mean, and if they win another Super Bowl, I mean, how much more perfect would that be? But I think that's the big thing. I mean, I like I said, I know we do laugh about it, but Kelce needs to bounce back, and they really need him. I mean, they do need him because so many people are saying that the Broncos, maybe even the Chargers, are ready to overtake them, and Lamar and the Bills or whatever are finally ready to make that next step. I think we see Kelce big this year, man. I really do.
What do you think the plan of attack for Kansas City is moving forward tonight?
I think you really do utilize Kelce a lot. I mean, I think that you kind of start out and you take some of that underneath stuff.
Get a little bit of Pacheco too. I mean, because you mentioned Pacheco a little bit, so
establish a run and then boom, you throw Xavier Worthy at him and burn that secondary. A little suspect, I think, some of that secondary right there with the Chargers. I like the interior. I like the second level for them, but the secondary is kind of the one spot where Xavier Worthy, I think, can really have a huge impact on the game tonight. But you don't go right at that. You don't go right at that. I think you do need to utilize Kelce, and I think we'll get a pretty damn good prescription tonight to know exactly how well he is, to see how good he is. Is he distracted? Is he worried about life after football? He's imperative, man. He is imperative. He's got to be huge this year for them.
What distractions does he have? Do you think Najee Harris actually has a game going? I mean, so that's the kind of thing I wanted to break down as well, right? For the other side of the Chargers, right? But what's the distraction that Kelce? I'm intrigued. Like,
life
you
after
think
football.
you think marriage life is that daunting to it's gonna just hold him down? You don't think it'll reinvigorate his life?
Well, I think that would
that blessing.
But I mean, this dude and his brother are in all these TV commercials. I mean, he's going to have life after football. There's going to be all of these different things.
Is Saquon Barkley not in every damn commercial?
Not as much as those dudes are. I mean, Kelce's everywhere. Kelce's everywhere. Kelce's a rock star, dude. I mean, seriously, that guy is like a.
I think you pay attention to the wrong shit. That's what I think.
Dude, here's the whole thing. I don't expect to open up different publications or click on different clickbait or whatever. And there's Travis Kelce. He ain't got shit to do with football. And I'm like, oh man, this dude's got a lot going on. This dude's got a whole lot going on, Wags.
You think I don't have the props pulled up on Najee Harris, but I'm interested to see what Najee Harris is going to do. Actually, I'm very interested to see what this 1-2 tandem is going to do here for the Chargers, right? Like Hampton was nasty out of North Carolina last year. Like let's see what this rookie can actually pop off and do here. Amarion Hampton. If those of you guys that were fortunate enough to get him in your draft, I'm sure you had to get up and reach up at least in the second to take this dude, and hopefully he's worth everything, as advertised, right? But I think this tandem between Harris and Hampton is going to be absolutely nuts, man. Absolutely lethal. And what better, coach to utilize them? Remember how, Coach Harbaugh utilized the backfield at Michigan too, right? Like it's not just a one bell cow or a one horse show there in LA. It's going to be a rotation, man. It's going to be a nice little maybe I'd say 40-60, I would think. But I don't think there's going to be an established bell cow. I think it's going to be a nice little handoff between back and forth. No pun intended, handoff back and forth between Harris and Hampton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which should open up the play action for QJ and McConkley here.
But this is where, as I've been watching this Cowboy documentary, where I look and think about what could have been, if you could have kept a tandem together. That's still old Spags over there on the other side coordinating that defense.
I understand. I get Spagnola. I understand. He's deadly, right? But that's just it. If you can utilize that run, if you can hit hit the Kansas City defense in the mouth, 1 or 2 times and keeping it doesn't have to be 5 yards, 6 yards a pop, 3.5 to 4 yards, right? Just on first down, 3.5 to 4 yards on first down is fantastic. I mean, you look at 2nd and 6 every time, you'll take that, will you not? It allows you to do a second run if you want to, or allows you to do an extension of the run with a short pass play. And if you fail, it comes back on 3rd and 6 with a very manageable down, right? But yeah, for 3.5 to 4 yards on first down, you'll take every damn series, I would think. And also, but to the point, man, going back to the running game, if you stick with Harrison Hampton and a healthy dose of that and continue to just have the Kansas City defense on its heels, Spagnuolo is going to be forced to do nothing but dial up defense or dial up pressures, right? And when that happens, if you can block that out, you have the speed to blow the doors off the bat. I just don't know how consistent Quentin Johnson can be, right? And McConkley can get after it and eat up in the hashes too. I think it could be a pretty decent game for LA if they utilize if they execute properly, right? That's just the vision that I see. But also, you got to be aggressive. And we saw that last night in Dallas, too. Like, as long as you're aggressive, you can dictate the flow and dictate the pace of the game.
So speaking of receivers, we didn't talk about this. Amari Cooper makes the move and retires. Keenan Allen is back home here. We're talking about some receivers there with Johnston and McConkey. What do you get out of Keenan Allen? That old crafty veteran.
I mean, a great route runner, right? I just don't know if the speed's still there to get the separation, right? Well, the route running can only get you so much separation. The ball's got to be perfect if that's the case, or else the defensive back can close and close down on the separation that he just got from running the perfect route. So again, like we go to the Keenan Allen's, one of the greatest route runners in the world, but it's because that speed is starting to kind of, leave him, right? The thing with Evans too, like Evans gets kind of compared to him with the speed, but Evans has that separation with the height.
Yeah, it's just so tall.
Like Evans can, even if you start to close down on Evans, you can throw it up for Evans, and that catch radius for Evans is just nasty.
And it's where Keenan Allen, in the formidable years that he really had an impact with the Chargers. I mean, that dude would run out of the slot, but now that he's lost some of that speed, that's what you need out of the slot. Right. So
that's where McConkey's at. So
that's absolutely right. Yeah, those two dudes right there. I mean, I'm definitely going with McConkey out of the slot more often than not. So I think it's an impact there to where it could become a factor, but I don't think where with this game that it's going to be, if the Chargers win, I don't think it's going to be, well, the Chargers are ready to, take command of the West, or Kansas City loses, so where it's like, oh, Kansas City's gone.
Yeah, let's lower, temper expectations or whatever. Like, it's week 1, all right? Like, it's week 1. I mean, what if Dallas comes out and just lays an egg next week? Right?
Yeah, gets beat 30-0 by the Giants. I mean, that's exactly what could happen. I mean, that's just the way this works.
I thank you, but again, you're preaching false air and false belief into my heart here, man, because that is not going to happen. Don't get me up on that chair right yet, because I'll get knocked down pretty quickly off of that. We would be remiss if we didn't go around the league and get the rest of the games. Also, talk about the college games too. We got to get that too as well, man.
Yeah, all of that. But before we do that, we'll talk about a couple of more sponsors here. The great folks that make this program possible. New lawyer in town, friends. When that storm hits, call our man Hurricane Heck. That's Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer; he's a Longhorn through and through. That's right, friends. And he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom each and every case that he takes on. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, hurt with just some random incident that's going to require a personal injury attorney, I invite you to put this number in your phone right now. Stop what you're doing. Put this number in your phone right now, 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Hurricane Heck been doing this for over a decade, guys. He's a young dude. You saw him here about a month and a half ago on the network. He's a young dude. He's been doing it for over a decade, and you don't pay unless you win, guys. No retainers, none of that stuff. You get money in your pocket. That's when you pay. If God forbid somehow you it takes the case and it doesn't work out, you're not going to pay anything. No retainers, none of those miscellaneous fees. You don't pay unless you win. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, friend of the show, fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. Ryan's just a good dude through and through. Let Hurricane Heck blow those big insurance companies out of the water and win your case. Call him today again at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hecklawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Talking about customer relationships, Mike McCall, McCall Custom Homes, father-son team for over 40 years with all of that business happening right here in the Austin area. They understand economic conditions in Austin. They understand housing in Austin. They understand trends, all of that, whatever you're looking to do. Maybe it's a new home. Maybe you do want that new home. Interest rates are kind of fluctuating a little bit, but you're sitting on equity. Invest that in your home. Have them come to a renovation project for you. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Call or text our man Mike at 512-633-9580. Free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered customers. But you have to mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. 512-633-9580. All of these folks that we talk about, Covert Bee Cave, when we talk about Mike McCall, when we talk about Ryan Hurricane Heck, when we talk about Tom McKay, when you dial these numbers that we give you each and every day right here on Chaos Theory, you're talking to them. You're not talking to an automated system. You're not talking to admins. You're talking to them, the ones that are going to take care of you. For 40 years, family owned and Austin proud. It is McCall Custom Homes, outdoor renovations, indoor, bathroom, kitchens, living space. They'll take care of that for you. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects. 512-633-9580. Like Mike and the team say, McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home. On our first NFL weekend, full tilt, games that count. Games that count, brother. My wife came in last night and I was watching the game. She's like, so when is that from? 3 years ago? I'm like, no, that's real. These games count. These games count, my friend.
Yes, they do. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get into my Underdog Fantasy account. I couldn't find my actual login info for the moment there. Boom. We're in. All right. So we got some over-unders for you guys. All right. Over-under for Xavier Worthy to have a rushing or receiving touchdown is one. It's just a like all he has to do is get one. Like it's just a touchdown. Touchdown anytime, any game. All right. You can get him on there for higher than that as point, and you can actually flex this. You can get it to go higher if you want. But that's a nice little return there. I love that little prop. Anytime touchdown for Xavier Worthy. Travis Kelce is the same for a rush or reception touchdown as well. So if either of these two get into the end zone, it's a nice little payoff. Now you can flex this and make it higher if you want, the more money that you want to put it on there. But if you parlay this and continue to put like 3 or 4 picks on there, it just makes your return even more. So again, these are kind of the gimmies that I would have today for you guys. Keenan Allen, your receptions there, 3.5 for Keenan Allen. You can go over or under on that if you want for that prop. And then QJ, we've been talking about QJ being able to blow the doors off of the defense there. He is also touchdown anytime for 1.69 multiplier there. So that's a nice little return on your investment there as well. Justin Herbert tonight, if he can get a yardage of 234, or I guess 235 would be the over there. But that's kind of his numbers, and he's also looking at 1.5 for his totals on touchdowns. So Xavier Worthy is the guy that I'm going to go. It just seems like, maybe even Travis Kelce too, right? I think both these guys find the end zone tonight, man. I do. Like, I'm sexy on both of those picks. I like them both.
And that Keenan Allen one is interesting because I think that's high. I mean, I think you see 2 catches out of that dude, unless the Chargers get in a hole, to where it's like, okay, you're gonna supplement trying to back into the ball game by bringing that dude in there.
No, I got you. So here's the thing, like Hollywood Brown has what's
his number? Yeah, what do you have for him?
His anytime touchdown is a better return with 1.38 multiplier. That's better than Worthy. I just think Worthy is the guarantee, right? Like, but also the more picks you play, the return, the higher the return is going to be on that, because it lowers your odds on winning. So if you couple it up with like, another Kelsey as like an anytime touchdown, but here's the counterpoint to that, right? Like only, how many of these guys are going to score? Not everybody can score. Okay. So maybe you hit like the Trinity combo here with Mahomes has to throw it to him. Right. So I usually go down and look at the Mahomes, touchdown line, and right now it's at 1.5. So if my thought process works the way that it is, if Kelsey and Worthy get a touchdown, then Mahomes would have to throw 2. So I'm taking the over on that for Mahomes' touchdown over under. That's just where I'll go for
Code text line, Wags, and this is actually a really good question. Do you go with Harris or Hampton? Who do you start? Like if you've got those dudes stacked for Sand or for the Chargers.
Yeah, it's fine. We do it all the time. So here's the thing. Like I want to say that Hampton like is the guy that Harbaugh will lean on, but knowing Harbaugh, I feel like he's going to go with the veteran, especially in week 1. He's probably going to go with the veteran running back, right? And if he's not getting what he needs out of the veteran, then he's going to roll with Hampton here, right? So I'm thinking Harris probably gets the first couple of totes just because it's. Watch me. I mean, I'll come on here and eat crow on Monday. You guys know that, but I'm expecting Harbaugh to go with a little bit of the veteran running back just to kind of secure the emotions and everything of the game first, and then a little bit of the explosion. And also like Harris is the bigger back, right? You start wearing the defense down a little bit, and then hit him with the other with the other 1-2 punch, and Hampton comes in with a little bit of the explosion. I don't know. It's a nice 1-2 combination, and it's a difficult decision and a great problem for you to have if you have both of them. And that's the thing too, right? Like in terms of fantasy, if you draft one, you really got to handcuff the other in this backfield just because of how frequent the payload's going to be between the two of them. I'm expecting ultimately a pretty balanced payload between them, 60-40, but maybe even 50-40, or excuse me, maybe even 55-45, I would think. But ultimately, week 1, Harris gets most of the work, I would think, but it's going to be pretty balanced, pretty close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Goal line situations, I would think Harris. You think? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think.
I wish I could give you a definitive answer.
Would be the one. Yeah, I would think Najee Harris. I think would be the bulk of it. But again, let's make sure he's okay from his firework incident. Again, don't play with fireworks. That's not a good thing to do. But yeah, so there you go tonight. Brazil, Kansas City, and the Chargers.
Kansas City, here I come.
Friday night.
All right, amigo. Where do you want to go next? Around the league, or you want to go into the college realm real quick? We still got 30 minutes. We got time.
Yeah, probably to dive in. I mean, little game happening over here at the DKR tomorrow, and I think I see the comments there. There's a lot of you've got folks talking about Arch. I mean, Desmond Howard. He's overrated. I mean, boom. Here's all this going. I think we know what we're going to get tomorrow if Texas comes out and covers this spread.
Can we go around the NFL then?
Yeah.
If we already know what can we end on Texas? If we already know what we're going to get,
roll with it, man.
All right, amigo. Well, let's just roll down the rest of the scoreboard here and dress up what's going to happen on Sunday. We have another NFC East showdown between Washington and the Giants. The line on this is 5.5. 5 in the hook for the Commanders here. You've called it. We've given you the rundown of the East: Philadelphia, Washington, New York, and Dallas. If that fruition comes true, are we looking at a Washington win here tomorrow?
I wish this game was at your place, because I want to see the Redskins get in a hole. I mean, the Commanders. I'd love to see the Commanders be 0-1, and that's where the East is going to be so interesting now, because you're going to have 2 at 1-0 and 2 at 0-1. So who do I want in the hole with me if I'm a Cowboy fan? I want the Commanders in the hole with me. That sounds gross, but no, man. If there's going to be a regression for Jaden Daniels, I don't think it happens in week 1 against the Giants. Man, I got to go with the Commanders here. I don't see this happening. Your thoughts? I mean, I know you're not as high on the Giants as I am, but I mean, Russell Wilson, I mean, here you go, the great veteran.
I'm gonna. I mean, I think 5.5 is a little light for this. Like, you could probably even flex this up. As much as I want to give the credit for the Giants' defense and how strong they've come on, I like the advent of Deebo Samuel and having the I never doubted that the contract wouldn't get secured with Terry McLaurin, but to have this tandem, and I've been saying it for a couple of weeks now, man, I think it's a pretty scary wide receiver room, right? Like Deebo being able to carve up and do it basically anything inside the hashes, and the added end around element effect too. I don't know if he still has the wheels that he had when he was at San Francisco, but I mean, if you can get like Deebo of 2 years on this offense and have him reemerge as that, then this offense is going to be pretty spectacular with the quarterback at the helm that it is right now, right? Then you can blow the doors off the defense with McLaurin going vertical and deep routes, quick wide receiver screens. I do have concerns with the run. Like, is Rodriguez and Eckler going to be able to hold up? Like, I loved what Thomas was, man. Just the big brute of a back, but also his agility and able to break tackles and get yards after the first hit. If Rodriguez is able to supplement that and be able to fill that in, then and they're not able to lose anything off their running attack, then the balance is still there for this offense, and they're tough. Doesn't matter what defense is out there, how good the defense for the Giants has become. This offense is very, very excellent, very well balanced to where it's just tough to stop. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think Austin Eckler is going to factor into this offense quite a bit. I stole him in a draft the other night in a late round. It was like round 9 or 10.
Yeah, I mean that's
the
norm right now. That's math. That's good math for Eckler.
Yeah. So I think that maybe it isn't this week. I mean, maybe it isn't this week, but I think that dude's going to factor into this offense.
I think Rodriguez is the bell cow,
the workhorse.
Yeah, I mean, Eckler will be the third down back. He'll catch some. I mean, that's good in a PPR league. He'll get some receptions, right?
Yeah.
But anytime Eckler's out in the backfield, you can expect a pass, or you can expect. I don't know. They're going to have to keep it. They're going to have to keep the defense honest there, but that would just indicate for me, like if Eckler goes in the game, it's probably a passing situation.
Yeah, I think the football team covers. I think the football team covers this.
The football team covers the Commanders.
They're not going to fall off the track quite yet. Not quite yet. Not against.
Yeah, they're laying 5 and a hook. I think they're going to be good with that. I guess the only thing left to do for this is look at the prop bets here for it. You got Jaden Daniels with 1.28 multiplier for an anytime touchdown, and that's with a rush or return, or excuse me, that's with a rush or throw. Like that's crazy. That's that's reception TV, or excuse me, that's wrong. You don't want to take that. That's a bad one. That's for a reception TV or the TD there. So, but it's also a rush TD as well. So he could also running in, but looking to see if there's any to where he's got one to where he's throwing it, or no, he's got one on there too. I'm sorry, I overlooked it. His throwing touchdowns are 1.5, so basically 2 touchdowns for the over there. That's not really the sexy one. The sexy one is anytime rush touchdown. He's not. I don't foresee him catching a touchdown, so it's an anytime rush touchdown for Jaden Daniels there. I would think a real sexy pick for me would also be, it's not McLaurin, because McLaurin, his number is down. It's only like the 1.1 for the touchdown. Anytime touchdown is 1.1 for McLaurin. But Deebo there has 1.28, right? And if I am anybody like Jaden Daniels, like I think Jaden Daniels is, he wants to welcome in the new wide receiver, the new toy, right? I think Jaden Daniels finds a way to get Deebo Samuel into the end zone. I'm taking this. I'm taking the Jaden Daniels anytime touchdown for 1.28 multiplier right there. I like that. That's a good little play there. Other than that, I can't really see anything sexy. Going to the Giants side, no. But it's too much of a risk going on the Giants side. Like that could wreck your parlay. You could be having a really good parlay there, and it just gets wrecked if you take anybody from the Giants. All right. I would advise you to stay off the Giants. Go to the other noon games here. Buccaneers and Falcons. Really good, juicy props and fantasy stuff here, especially between Bucky Irvin and on the other side of that with Bijan Robinson. What do you like here, though, Rodney, in terms of just betting favorites? Tampa Bay right now favored laying 1 in the hook.
I think they're going to cover that. Like we were when we were going through the NFC, when we talked about Atlanta, you look at everything that Atlanta has in front of them where we're still questioning ourselves to, okay, when are we going to get the pop here? When is all this going to come together? I know Penix came in the middle of the season, but I can't be bought in on them. And Tampa Bay is kind of like that old, good old car that you have out in the driveway. You can always count on it to get you what it's going to get you. And I think it definitely covers that line right there because Baker Mayfield, look, man, that dude has become a really damn good NFL quarterback, and there's plenty left in the tank for Tampa Bay to come out and cover this. I mean, it's another one of those things with that division to where it's like, unless somebody proves to me otherwise, I got to go with the Buccaneers. I mean, I think they cover that. Bucky Irving. I think Bucky Irving carries a hell of a lot of this load, and Mike Evans doesn't go away. I don't see how the Buccaneers don't cover this, to be honest with you, Wags.
I'm looking at the defense here from last year as well. Give me. It's all the numbers are in favor of Tampa Bay, especially if anything ends up from last year. If all these numbers hold up from last year too, give me. I know it's basically a pick 'em. 1.5 is almost a pick 'em, or I guess half's a pick 'em, honestly. But yeah, give me. I think Tampa Bay covers that pretty easily, unless we see another different telling tale. Unless, like you said, this offense comes alive. But prop bets are sexy. You know what I mean? If you have any type of fantasy, ownership in Bijan Robinson or Bucky Irvin, you're going to be having one hell of a night, especially or one hell of a day rather, especially if they go over the century mark, which I'm predicting both of these run. Well, I can't say that. Because Tampa Bay's defense was pretty nasty last year. I don't think Bijan Robinson carves it up that much on the ground. I think he gets you over 11, maybe 12 points in fantasy, but it's usually going to come out of the backfield with his receptions, right? Especially in PPR leagues. In most, by default, most leagues are now PPR leagues. So we need to just go ahead and think of PPR when we think of fantasy. Again, maybe he gets 60 to 70 yards slashing on the ground, but I foresee Atlanta having to come back from behind a lot. So that passing game is going to be involved in it. He could probably get into the end zone, scoot into the end zone off of a catch or a reception there. But honestly, not too much is going to be happening on the ground from Bijan there, just because Atlanta's going to be playing from behind.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, seriously, Atlanta. I mean, you should come out and you should drop 30 points on the board right here. I mean, because it's like all there, but when? And Penix has some time now. Penix has some time with this, but yeah, Bijan Robinson is just that's like we talked about. It's like, imagine Bijan in a different spot.
That's what I'm saying. And like, I have him in both dynasty leagues. So my question is, he's such a commodity, right? Like he can go for like a first round pick if you really wanted to trade him. And a first round pick in dynasty is pretty sexy, pretty nasty. It allows you 2 first rounders in that dynasty pick. So it allows you to kind of gain, progress there, get youth, right? But here's like the as soon as I trade this son of a gun, he's going to get traded himself. Like he'll go to another offense where he's sexy and actually, be able to be utilized and not have to play from behind in most games and, be, an element, in the passing attack. Right. Which is great. But again, like, you're only doing 5-yard routes or flat routes, and you're probably third in the progression tree anyways, right? Or you're the check down. So unless, you're in a cover 2 or the defense is in a cover 2 and you're just trying to get, 5 to 7 a pop and just march down the field because you have enough time to do that. It's too little, too little and not worth it. So again, I'm really debating on if I want to trade him in my dynasty leagues or not. But I love the fantasy conversation, man. Dude, I could do it for days. I could do it all damn day, man. Having a
you need to fire up.
We should have a
Sunday
red
show
zone channel. We should have a live fantasy channel during the red zone. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, you should get the Sunday show fired back up again.
I gotta ask the boss. The other.
Oh, just do it.
I can't. I gotta. We do Sunday walks down Lady Bird Lake.
Do it after. Do it early. Get up at 6 a.m.
It's over after that. Like it's already done. But it would be cool to do like
what time did you do that? That's what you were 10 to noon, right?
9 to 11. 9 to 11.
9 to 11.
Yeah, but I mean that's when we always go and we take the dogs. We like to have a day, man. So I don't know. Once Rocky came to the house, it really
it's gonna be cold soon, dude. You don't want to be out walking in the cold.
Absolutely, man. It opens the lungs, expands the lungs, man.
All that pollen out there. You don't want to be outside in that shit. The Wagner wire is more important.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. I
appreciate your support, but
I love what you said. What did she tell you? If we're not growing together,
you ultimately grow in a relationship. If you're not growing together, then you're growing apart.
That's heavy. That's
brutal.
And it's true. I mean, it's
brutal.
Very true.
Bro, it's brutal. It changed my life. Changed my life, man.
So what do you think with those noon games? Vegas and the Patriots. Look, man.
Think about it. Like, how do you come back from that? There's no counter to that. That's checkmate, dude. That's just like,
oh yeah.
I know. Yeah, let me go put my shoes on. You know what I mean? Let me go put my shoes on. Let's go.
Dude, I'll tell you, you want to get your ass handed to you. I mean, it's one thing you get your ass handed to you by your wife, but like if a few years ago, Tracy's like, let's just go do some marriage counseling now that we're getting older. And I'm like, I don't need no counseling. We went, and this dude's like handing me my ass. I'm like, man, come on. Come on, man. I'm here voluntarily. Why are you doing this to me? I did it, though. I did it.
I got you. Let's continue down the NFL here, man. We got Bengals and Browns. How are we feeling about that? I mean, Bengals and Browns. It's only 5.5 here. Take Cincinnati. Take Cincinnati all damn day. Get on it early. Get on it before that line goes up and moves. Cincinnati, take the Bengals here. Cincinnati 5.5. Over under on this is 48.5. It's gonna probably be all Bengals.
You don't think Joe Skinny's going to come out? You don't think Joe Skinny's going to come out here and shock the world?
Hey, Joe
just
Flacco,
go right at that defense, right at that.
Hey, let me tell you, Flacco. There's just something about Flacco. He just throws that deep ball.
Yeah,
that's my Baltimore accent coming out right there.
And not only that,
give me 48.5 is a lot. And again, the Bengals don't have any defense. I understand this.
38 of it from Cincinnati.
Yeah,
should be, right?
I'm thinking the Bengals get most of this production here, right? Yeah, and 5.5 is just too low. Take that right now, man. It's juicy. Get on it. Dolphins and Colts here. Indianapolis favored, laying the line 1 and a hook here. Huh? Wrong team favored. Dolphins Vegas, on the road.
Vegas has a lot of confidence in your man Danny Dimes. Apparently,
are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Miami is that in disarray that they can't beat a Danny Dimes, a newfound Danny Dimes? Are we really going with this? Call the cousin. Call him up. Call him.
If Tua goes down, I'd maybe give it a thought. But come on, man. I think New England's going to supersede Miami.
Take it now. That's wrong team favorite. They're saying Indianapolis is giving them 1.5.
Oh, if you don't take that, you're crazy. If you don't take that, you're crazy. And if I'm wrong, we're crazy. But
crazy. Get a little passing line going on.
Who laid that line?
We have the Raiders going up to Foxborough to take on the New England Patriots here. The newly led Vrabel Patriots. Right? The disciple of Belichick, the torch has been passed down. New England favored 2.5.
I'm taking that too, man.
I think that's a little too low. I think New England's good for 7. I think they're good for 7. We'll see here. Geno, you think Geno can go into Foxborough and do this?
No. I mean, Ashton Genty, man. That's
leaning on the legs of Genty here in Foxborough.
Yeah. I mean, who's Jacoby Myers,
very low. 43.5 double R. 43.5 is the over on the total on this game. The over.
35 of it from the Patriots. Well, I think that's a little high. That's a little high. That's a little high. I don't.
I'm expecting an ugly game here.
Me
man.
too.
I'm expecting maybe like a 17-10 type of ball game here. Take the under, and take the Patriots with the points.
Yeah, this is going to be gut check right here, man. And I didn't realize this until I really started dealing in the depth charts that Mostert's on the Patriots or on the Raiders.
Raiders, yes.
Yeah. So it's like okay. That's
why Ollie Gordon. That's why a lot of ownership on Ollie Gordon surged up in fantasy this year.
Yeah. This is going to kind of feel like one of those AFC North games. I think it is going to be a lot of defense, right? It's going to be a lot of running the football. I don't think Geno can go in there. This is right up the alley of what New England wants to play. You got a defensive minded coach right here. This is exactly what he wants to play.
I'm thinking a low scoring game, maybe 17, maybe 20. You know what I mean? Couple of field goals in there as well. Raiders held to 10, maybe 13, maybe 20-13, something like that. But I think the Patriots are good for 7 here. Yeah, at least 7. So you might want to flex that up, stretch that, do what you can. Cardinals and Saints. Oh boy, does Kyler Murray go marching into New Orleans and take down Spencer Rattlers and the newly surging Saints here, man. How about this? Arizona favored almost a touchdown here, 6 and laying the hook. How you feel about this, Double R?
Oh man, if I can,
that's it's the Saints. I understand it. That's a lot of points.
Oh man, if I can take one game, if I was going to bet on one game, that would be the one that I'm going to bet on. I'm telling you.
Seriously, you're that feeling that good about the Cardinals?
I'm feeling really good about the Cardinals. I really am feeling good about the Cardinals.
The Saints have a decent defense, though, do they not? Or not a decent defense, but somewhat of not a doormat. I mean, hell, I had the damn numbers pulled up. Nope, never mind. They were 30th in the league last year. My bad.
They're not very good.
They're pretty awful. Pretty terrible, man.
And I mean, if you're Kellen Moore, I mean, Hunter nails it right there. If you're Kellen Moore, it's like, dude, why did I sign up for this shit? Why did I really want to be a head coach this bad? Do I really not want to be a coordinator this bad?
You got to get through the storms to get to the rainbow and the pot of gold, right?
Yes.
Right. Kellen Moore, you gotta weather the storm a little bit, and the sunshine will come. I promise.
The Saints. I mean, this could be like flashbacks of the '80s, dude. They might bring out the brown paper bags again with the Saints team.
I don't know. Oh, it could be a long year down there in New Orleans. Hey, at least the Bayou Bengals are going to be good.
I've got a friend
that's one football team that they'll be able to talk about on the weekend.
Yeah, man. I've got a friend. He's a massive Saints fan. I talked to him a couple of weeks ago. He's like, I'm hitting at least 4 or 5 home games this year for the Saints. I'm like, I'm glad it's a lot of fun, and the atmosphere there is so fun to be a part of in Nolans, because the game ain't gonna be worth a shit.
Noe, what's up, Noe? We see you, buddy.
Noe,
what's good, Noe? Good to see you, sir.
Here, my man. Sure, we'll see him tomorrow.
Absolutely, he'll be out there touring. Remind everybody where we're going. We're going to Shoals, right?
Oh, yeah, Schultz Beer Garden, the historic Santa Grande Hall, I think is how you mentioned that. 8:30 to 11:30 tomorrow. Bucky and BK there. I'm not sure if PD will be there. I know he was on pregame last week. 8:30 to 11:30. They'll be on site right there, right around Bevo Boulevard, taking all the sights and sounds. It is Texas game day, 8:30 to 11:30. Zay and I will have the post game from our respective studios thereafter. So check it out.
I was going to ask if you were going to make an appearance out there, but if you're doing post game, you probably aren't. So.
Well, I've been on the road for 4 weeks. I told looky there.
My man Noe, what's up, Noe? Thank you so much, sir, for your contributions. We appreciate that.
Super chat right there, our man, Mr. Hinojosa. But no, I'm going to take in everything from here. Not leaving the house till that car show on Sunday, and then I'm coming right back to park myself and watch Red Zone with commercials, brother.
Jesus, can you? And Jason Bevo, I don't know if you saw the text that Bevo Lance Jason threw at him, right? He hit it right on the spot. Like we are paying for a premium And now we're getting nothing but commercials with Red Zone. Like, I can't say nothing but commercials. We're getting Red Zone with commercials when we were paying for that premium service to be without commercials. Now it's like, and then I tweeted back. You ever seen Ready Player One?
Mm-mm.
No. All right. Well, there's a moment to where they try and get advertisements on the player's view screen, right? And oh, by the way, in Ready Player One, everything's virtual, so they got to have a headset, right? So in their headset or in their view screen, ads just pop off, and it's just nothing but here, sales, chances to get, money, right? I just feel like that's, I don't know, that's extreme to think that that's where we're going, but you give a guy, what is it? What's that old adage? Give a guy something, they'll take everything, or whatever.
Yeah.
Give somebody something, they'll take everything.
I was because the first question was when this whatever you call it, incorporation, whatever, however ESPN got a hold of this, it's like, how are they going to mess it up? But I was thinking in 2026. I'm like, in 2026 they'll jack it up.
No, it's immediate.
Yeah, boom, here we go. And that's where I would like to see them do, because I know like the race fans get pissed off because it's like NASCAR does this thing on NBC and on Fox and different things where they do a side-by-side to where they shrink the race to like our little boxes here, and they've got the ad running over here on the side, but at least you see what's going on, with whatever. So I kind of hope that that's what happens here, but no, this is apparently full-blown commercial.
I'm imagining a commercial come up and then the game go down into a box, right? Like that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's the format they're going to do, or they'll put it in a lower, you know what I mean? Or they'll have it in boxes, and then they'll put one of the boxes in lower, and then, have the commercial come up and give them, 60 seconds of their content, and then it'll go away, and then you'll come back up out of boxes. Not to get all technical director on you and TV, but that's what you'll probably have.
So with YouTube TV, because I get a little, I personally don't have the NFL ticket. Like I said, I'm going to have the red zones. I'll have the red zone going here, and that's kind of how I follow it. And then I have the game, whichever one that I want to be whatevering. So is red zone in your YouTube TV package, or is red zone additional?
The red zone's in my package,
in the regular package. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought that I had, because that's kind of how I prefer to do it. I mean, because for me, the other games, when it comes to fantasy,
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Red Zone is not in my base package. Red Zone is in my DirecTV package that I bought.
Okay, so you have DirecTV?
Yeah, I have DirecTV.
Shit, I might need to get that back in. I'm telling you, man.
Buy it and write it off. You're independent. You're an independent contractor.
I know, but it's all the time. I swear the other day, Wags, to where it's like, now I am YouTube TV is all that I do. And the other day,
you write off your gas.
I don't go anywhere anymore.
You do. You travel. You go on sale. Like you go to Dallas all the time. You should be writing your gas off.
I don't drive my vehicle. That's all. They cover that.
Okay, all right.
So like for me, I was going to tell you this when you were talking about oil changes and shit. I used to have to get an oil change every month and a half because I drove that much my personal vehicle when I was.
Write that shit off.
Well, I don't go anywhere anymore. I haven't had to have an oil. The sticker on my car says that I should have changed the oil in March. I still haven't hit 3,000 miles that I've driven. I never drive my personal car.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. You might as well turn that damn thing in and save yourself on the insurance then, man. All right. No, I guess it's nice to have, an emergency car wherever you go.
I still need that.
When I was in the Marines, man, I wrote I was only paying $5 for a haircut, but you still write it off.
Oh, dude. When I was in real estate, I wrote everything.
Have a haircut.
Yeah, I wrote everything off in real estate. Yeah, haircuts. And the wife's like, we can't write that off. I'm like, I got to look good when I go see clients. And she's like, you're talking to clients on the phone. I'm like, Uncle Sam don't know that.
Hey, we got to, we're all over. I'm sorry to interrupt you here, man, but we got to finish this up. We also got to get to the college scene too here. So we're probably going to be staying a little bit later. You give a guy an inch, he takes a mile, right? You give us 2 hours, we turn it into 3. All right, so again, we've been asking for this. I've been asking for an entire morning block, man. You give me
a text saying,
give us 4 effing hours, and we will entertain your day. I swear to God, You might not think so, but we will entertain you. I promise we will.
Yeah.
Give us 4 hours, man. Give us 4.
Actually, we do need to, because we got somebody that's ready to roll the app, and I don't know what else he has to do. So that's the only thing to keep into consideration.
Okay. No, I got you. All right.
Not me.
I got you. All right. So real quick here, let's just finish up. We'll go into the later afternoon games. Where did we leave off here? Titans and Broncos. You and I are pretty big on the Broncos here. Broncos laying 8.5. That's a hefty amount of points. But Tennessee, what are they working with here? They got. Ward says he's got a healthy slew of receivers. He's got some of the best receivers in the league. That's what he says. And that's led by a Calvin Ridley. We'll see what they can do and keep keep a lookout. They're going up against a nasty defense, a nasty secondary. Yeah. We talked about Dre Greenlaw too. I think he's still on the injury list for week 1 for the Broncos. I haven't seen anything pop up new for that. But if he can stay healthy and that defense can start to just surge, and we already know how good that secondary is, right? If Greenlaw can stay upright and patrol that middle, the front 4 gets nasty too and gets after it. This is we talk about who's going to knock off the Chiefs, man. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I definitively, it's the Broncos.
I'm with you. I think that it's going to be Denver before it's Baltimore or Buffalo, because they can't seem to get out of their own way.
I'm just talking about getting out of the division.
I'm kind of thinking long term. I think it's the new kids on the block if anybody's going to do it right here. But Cam Ward, I know that he's drawn rave reviews there after preseason, but again, everything ramps up Sunday. You saw it yesterday when Dak comes out. I'm like, oh man, I'm a little concerned. That dude hadn't played all preseason. But he came out, and that dude was crisp and clean and pristine. It's a whole different game, even with the Denver defense. It's so good, dude.
Yes, they're nasty, dude. And they said they made some additions and upgrades to this line for Ward. We'll see, because they're going to be tested right out of the gun immediately.
Yeah. They're going to come out at him frequent and often, as a boss used to say.
49ers and Seahawks here. San Francisco favored 1.5. Sam Darnold and company. Hey, he's got some new weapons, and Seattle's got some new faces, right? Cooper Kupp, Sam Darnold here. But hey, look, Smith and Jigba was considered to be one of the best wide receivers out of that Ohio State room in terms of like Garrett Wilson and all the other, and Olave. They all said that Smith and Jigba was the dude. Like, he was better than both those guys. That matter. I think that was Garrett Wilson that actually said that. I'm not trying to quote him, but I'm pretty sure I did hear him say that. But yeah, Darnold's got some weapons to work with. I don't know how comfortable it's going to be, transitioning from the wide receiver room from Minnesota over here to Seattle, but you'd have to think that leaving that Minnesota room is going to be a step down, right? Or it's going to be, you're going to, regress a little bit. I don't expect the numbers to be exactly what they were last year, but can Sam Darnold and company go in Sunday, shock the shit out of, San Francisco and come away with a win here?
Who I think has a huge game on Sunday in this afternoon tilt is Brian Robinson Jr. I think last I saw McCaffrey still had a Q by his name. So I don't know what you get with that guy. And again, that's a huge part of that offense. But here's Robinson making the move over there. And that trade happened so fast to where it's like, there you go. There's your two-back tandem, to kind of help Brock Purdy out a little bit. Because
I don't even know if it's going to be a two-back tandem with the question marks surrounding CMC. It's probably going to be Brian Robinson's show.
Yeah. Well, and
Guerrero, we saw Guerrero emerge last year. And of course, insert a back in that offense, and I think they'll be fine. So
yeah. And I don't know how you can't like Ricky Pearsall. I mean, that's a man's dude right there. It's like that's a dude.
Yeah, but it's tough when you take away all those weapons, right? Yeah. And you're expecting Pearsall to be the lead of that wide receiver room. I mean, that's there's some question marks there, right? I think Pearsall as the second wide receiver in that room is a lot better than him being the one, right? Yeah. Or I think it's a lot more appealing than him being the one. We got Lions and Packers. Oh my! Yeah, what do we think here, man? Lions right now are not. They're the dogs right here. Green Bay favored 1.5 in Green Bay here. You like it? You like Love and company?
I hate to go down this road, but what is Micah Parsons playing? We still don't know. I mean, that's supposed to be a big impact. He might get an epidural.
That will damper the passing attack.
Yeah,
for the Lions,
I didn't know that Micah Parsons was pregnant to get an epidural. But again, the Lions. This is the Lions without their coordinators. Dan Campbell, it's on you now, brother. You've got some pieces in place there. I'm taking the Packers on this one, dude.
Okay.
And I like Detroit.
It's only a point and a half. No, I got you. It's only a point and a half, but we'll see what that defense. I mean, no new coordinators, on both sides of the ball for the Lions. We've mentioned that timely. All right, real quick. Texans and Rams. Beg your pardon. Right now, 3.5 here for the Rams over your Texans, amigo. Or actually, you're a boys fan. My bad.
WTF?
Wrong team.
Give me
favored.
Give me
Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, that air attack there. You don't think that gets it done?
I don't know about Matt Stafford, dude. I don't know about that guy. This Texans defense is going to get after him. CJ Stroud, they're going to keep that dude upright.
One hit, you think he's back to being riddled and injured? You think one hit by the Texans defense and Matt Stafford's on the shelf?
Yeah, man. This has been too big of an issue unless they're playing one hell of a poker face to make it seem like it's worse than it is. It might be the same thing that's going on with Micah Parsons, but an older dude like that with a bad back
might not want to practice. That's all I'm saying. Might not want to practice, but
that's true.
No, I understand. Like one bad rock, if he gets hit from the back, it's a blindside hit, and it's toast. Or hell, even if he gets crucified and laid out and falling on that back, the needle ain't going to make it just go away. You know what I mean? If it's that
defensive-minded head coach
been able to practice, it's going to be pretty detrimental.
Yeah, defensive-minded head coach. Shit, he's going to go right at it, man. I think the Texans. Yeah, wrong team favorite. I don't do the wrong team favorite a lot, but I'm doing it this time.
All right, WT. I'll jump on it with you. Thelma and Louise style. We'll go off the cliff. All right, we'll go Texans here. Monday nighter. Bears and Vikings. All right, Minnesota favored 1.5 over the Bears. What you think? Oh, we also need to talk about the Ravens. The Ravens Ravens and Bills as well. So Baltimore's actually favored 1.5 on that, but the Bears, real quick, Bears are actually favored down here. Excuse me, Minnesota favored. Beg your pardon. 1.5. You like the Bears or the Vikings here?
I like the Bears, Wags. I kind of like the Bears.
I'm with you. With you. New quarterback. I don't.
Yeah.
I want to believe in JJ McCarthy, but I need to see some film on McCarthy first, right? I'm believing in the Bears more right now than I am the Vikings here, which is crazy because you like to think that Sam Darnold wasn't actually the telling tale of the tape here, but he kind of is, right? You remove one quarterback out of a system and implement a new one. As struggling as the Bears were, they made some key moves at their offensive line. They got some, all pros in there, and I don't know. I think their offense is kind of, beefed up and upgraded a little bit for Caleb Williams. We'll see how they do.
And real quick, other thing, Wags, what's going to be so interesting here, like we talked about in the East, I mean, you've got divisional matchups right here in week number 1. So whichever of these two teams that fall in the hole at 0-1 with, with Detroit in that game and then Minnesota and Chicago, whoever falls into you're in the hole in a tightly contested division here. But yeah, Caleb, not going to show it. I don't think Caleb becomes like oh my God. But I think he does enough. I think he does enough here.
For sure. All right. Last game, Bills and Ravens here. 1.5. A very tight game getting out of the gate. What do we think? Well, I mean, what a marquee matchup for week 1, dude.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's how you end your Sunday. Commercials are not on Red Zone. I mean, here you go. Boom, you get this. Oh, dude, give me the Bills.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take the Ravens. I'm going with the Ravens here.
Give me the Bills. That's a toss-up.
To quote you, Josh Allen recently married over the year or over the offseason. Maybe a little bit of the honeymoon era still upon him, distracted a little bit. Who wouldn't be, right? Who wouldn't be? Maybe just, I'm kidding. Of course, he's going to be lights and nails, just daggers, bro. He's going to be focused in on Sunday Night Football. Ravens will struggle from time to time, but I think they'll actually pull it out and get this done.
And this will be, I think that this will be this is going to be your gut wrenching. If you're a fan of either one of these two, I think you come down to the end and it's going to be, I think it's going to be a turnover that decides this. And if it's an interception, whichever one of those quarterbacks throws that interception in a crunch situation, talk about being ridiculed at Water Cooler Monday.
I don't think it's so much going to be in the hands of the quarterback for this game, right? Like both teams have a strong running game, like ground and pound, right? Like I'm expecting a lot from both sides, both running backs here, man. But ultimately, I think Henry will emerge and kind of be victorious. I mean, 2 touchdowns. I don't know what the props are. I took the props off the screen here, but I'm expecting at least or not at least, probably a nice little payday from Derrick Henry. 2 touchdowns on the day for Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Mike McCall, my man on the Coda text line, y'all should do 2 hours more often.
I would love to do 2 hours more often, but that's not up to me. That's up to the boss. Hey, real quick though, we're wearing the gear. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the team. Bounce back week, got to get it right. Favored 38.5 right now. Are you concerned if they don't cover?
Yes. Not concerned, disappointed. Because when it comes to covering a line like that, what I think
that's a large line, right?
I want to see a lot of 2s, 2.5s,
well,
and
that's
3s.
just if the 2s have to play fantastic as well. Like it's in the one, Rodney, I want to see the 1s play enough to where I'm convinced that the arm slide has gone away and that was just an anomaly of week 1 and that was just some hurrying and stuff. Like I want to see consistency. I want to see domination. I absolutely want to see domination, and then I want to see the 2s. Okay,
I want to see Texas come out like Dallas did last night. Yeah, I want to see them come. Dallas looked pissed off. They looked aggressive. They looked like they've been slighted because nobody, including me, gave them a chance. That's what I want to see out of this Texas team tomorrow. Where you come out because this team is gonna sling it. This team, they're going to throw it down the field. They're going to take chances in this ball game. So, just come out and lock them down. Just make this a moot point by the time we get to the second half.
I think that the gap in talent should show almost immediately if our defensive ends are not getting pressure, because that was my big concern with last week, right? Our inability to get to the quarterback. I know the defense played fantastic. It did, but we weren't able to get pressure on Sand. And I was expecting 1 or 2 times, sure, but then also it was negated with hands to the face, or you could call hands to the face, and it honestly was based off the rule books. However, you should have been able to get to the quarterback. Should have been able to get Sand off the spot, and should have been able to get him rattled and riddled. That has to be immediate in this game, and the defense has to basically dominate from kickoff, right, from the whistle. All right. We also need to see. I would not need to see. I would love to see a defensive touchdown. Absolutely, enough pressure on the quarterback to where he's hurried and thrown, into a bad coverage or a bad situation, and we get a defensive touchdown, a pick 6 or a scoop and score. Either one, I'll be happy. But yeah, like I wanted when I see the other teams play cupcakes and they win 45-0 or 55-6 or whatever, I sit back and I'll be like, well, why the hell can't we do that?
Yeah.
What is stopping us from doing that? Okay. We need to get that done. Like we need to be able to win emphatically or win, decisively against our cupcake teams.
Just take care of business and make it emphatic. Play pissed off. I mean, play like you got a chip on your shoulder.
Absolutely.
Play like you got a chip on your shoulder. Play like you let your fan base down. If that's something that you want to think about. It's a home game. The atmosphere is going to be great. It's a bounce back game. I think you come out and you look. It's been a long time since I've said you're going to see the run and shoot offense. I mean, I think of June Jones in Hawaii and Jack Pardee when I think of a run and shoot, but that's what these guys are going to bring to you. And I mean, this kid will sling it. Like we're talking about Eget. He threw for over 300 yards last week. And look, they're going to be motivated. They should have won last week. They got upset last week and lost 16-14. Come out and take out your aggression on an opponent that you should tomorrow. Is what
any other teams around the college landscape that you're kind of looking around?
The two other games, that I have bookmarked tomorrow. Look, man, I've been in Texas all my life. I'm looking forward to UTSA and Texas State. UTSA and Texas State. I'm looking forward to that one. And I'm looking forward to Michigan and OU.
Michigan and OU. All right. What about Baylor SMU? That doesn't kind of move the needle for you?
Dude, I picked Baylor as a win in the Big 12, and look what happened to them last week.
You talked me into it too, Thelma.
look what happened there. So, well, yeah. Baylor can come out and I forgot about that one. That's good old Southwest Conference.
That's a good one. That's a good one on the list tomorrow. Oregon and Oregon State. Of course, Gundy's been running his mouth. We'll see how Oregon thumps them tomorrow. Expecting 27.5's the line on that. That's absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Been a while since Gundy's been in that type of position.
Hey,
all right,
Florida and South Florida. Florida and South Florida. I think that'd be another good one too. Do you know what's next on the app? I do not have that. Absolutely. I've got it up next. Our friends at Third and Longhorn, they preview the Texas San Jose State game, and they're going to give their score predictions, as we will be looking on the Twitter. We'll have all those score predictions, but be sure and stick around for Third and Longhorn on the app. Free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. We're back at 2:00. It'll be Chip and Zay from 2 to 4. And then you've got Open Gym from 4 to 6 to get you home, friends.
Thank you, guys. Y'all be good.
All right. Hook 'em.